स्क्रीन पे लगा है इसलिए थोड़ा दिख रहा है। बोलिए। हो गया।
लाइव है।
हो गया। हम इसको अब
कैसे
आपने
देखना
शेड्यूल
है?
किया था ना। ये शेयर कर दो।
नहीं नहीं,
हो गया।
आ गया।
हाँ, हो गया शेयर।
कैसे देखना है उसको?
लिंक रहेगा ना आपके पास?
वही
तो
देख
फिर
रहे
लिंक
नहीं।
भेज दो।
नहीं नहीं, हाँ लिंक भेजेंगे। कैसे देखना है?
शेयर। इसको कॉपी किया।
हाँ लाइव है। नहीं नहीं, आ गया।
आ गया ना।
आएगा।
साउंड देखिए, चेक कीजिए।
हाँ लाइव है। नहीं नहीं, लाइव है। नहीं नहीं, आ रहेगा। स्टॉप।
लेकिन अपन चेक कीजिए फिर। कॉफी है।
हाँ हाँ।
युवराज ह्याच्यावर फ्रेम ठेवा की. हा या अभी चलो. युवराज ह्याच्यावर फ्रेम ठेवा की.
हाँ ओके। लंच को हाँ सीट चले जाओ। इंग्लिश चले जाएगी। मैं इधर चले जाओ। स्क्रीन पे इधर तो नहीं आ रहा ना। वो वायर पता नहीं। भैया ये वायर किसका है? रिमूव करके देखो एक बार।
वो हमारे लाइट का भी कुछ रहेगा। क्या
अभी ये
चालू?
कैसे डालूंगा चार्जर में?
लाइट का भी कुछ
विदाउट चार्जर ये किसका है?
क्या चालू है? इनका कनेक्टेड है।
वो लैपटॉप चार्ज के लिए.
हाँ ये किसका है?
उधर का एक चार्जिंग पॉइंट निकालो ना। इनका कनेक्टेड
उधर कहीं वो दूर है, नहीं जा रहा है मेरा लैपटॉप।
उधर का एक चार्जिंग पॉइंट निकालो ना। अरे
वो दूर है, नहीं जा रहा है। ये निकालो।
Great. Let's quickly start. So first of all, I would like to inform you that our live streaming has been published into the Timo Eva YouTube channel. Right? So it is my privilege to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Bart Stockwitz, a distinguished expert in poultry science and animal husbandry with an impressive career spanning over 44 years in the poultry industry. Dr. Soppes graduated in 1991 from Utrecht University, Netherlands, with a specialization in veterinary science and animal husbandry. Over the years, he has held several key positions demonstrating expertise in poultry breeding, feeding management, biosecurity, and health. His vast experience includes working as a private consultant and serving as a technical service manager for Uribird and Nutrico, where he contributed significantly to advancements in poultry nutrition and health. From 2005 to 22, he was associated with Hendrix Genetic Layers, a global leader in poultry genetics, where he played a crucial role in improving layer performance and management. Currently, Dr. Stockwell is the co-owner of Poultry Vets and Bargains Arts in Swift, where he continues to contribute his expertise to poultry and livestock sectors, ensuring improved breeding, health management, and biosecurity practices. With his extensive knowledge and hands-on experience, Dr. Stockwell has been guiding force in shaping modern poultry. His insights will be undoubtedly of great value to today's discussions. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Bhatt.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. I couldn't have thought about the CV like this for myself. It's impressive. And even, yeah, I have to recalculate, but I think 44 years is a little bit long. I think I have 43 years. Because I'm not that old. I'm not that old. And so, managing respiratory diseases, both in layers and in broiler breeders, is a challenge. You know, most of the times it is a combined infection. Different pathogens are involved, and also environmental circumstances are influencing the outcome of everything together, whether you get disease or not. Is it working? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the outline of my presentation this morning: diagnose, talk about treatment, a little bit about prevention, eradication control programs. I would like to tell you a little bit about the avian influenza situation in our country, because I think that also here is a challenge, and it is a challenge all over the world. So just to let you know a little bit more the thoughts about how to approach and also the possibilities of vaccination, and then a little bit about other respiratory diseases. Diagnose. Everything starts with the right diagnose. But to be able to diagnose, you need to get the right information. When you start off with the wrong information, it is impossible to come to the right diagnose. And when you don't have the right diagnose, you cannot give a good advice. So, first question for me always is, yeah, what is the complaint? And so, what is the problem? When you look at a picture like this, for me, there is no disease that I can mention that gives this specific clinical sign. So then my thought is there must be something else. But the complaint here was clear. But yeah, is it mortality? Is it disease? Is it a drop in egg production? It's very important to start with what is exactly the problem. What is the complaint? when you know the age of the birds, you already have an indication because a lot of problems are age related. And it's also good to know are you dealing with brown birds or with white birds. It's a little bit slow. I'm sorry.
You can just tell me, sir. I'll check.
Huh?
Yeah.
You will do it?
I'll
Yeah.
do it.
Please, next slide. Of course, it's important to know what is the water and feed intake and what is the water feed ratio. A lot of times this information is not available, but it will give you the first clue. And then when you have graphs like this, it is very nice because it gives you an overview of a flock performance. But to diagnose, it's important to know what is the day-to-day mortality. Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? And how high is it? Next slide. And the same for production, egg weight, and body weight. Nice to see graphs like this, but you need to have day-to-day information so that you can tell what is the dynamics of the problems in the farm. So when you talk about clinical signs and when you talk about respiratory disease, yeah, the first thing I try to find out is, do I hear an abnormal sound? And that sounds easier than it is. The best is to listen in the evening when lights are off and you can clearly hear it. But when the birds are active, it is more difficult. And one other remark, I think when you are working as a multi-veterinarian and you have some experience, at a certain point you recognize an abnormal bird. When you go into a house, when you are looking at a flock, it's not, you cannot exactly tell what you see, but you can see that the bird looks different from the others. When you don't have this trained eye, this experience, you must force yourself to score a group of birds and very specifically look at abnormalities. So abnormal posture, wet eye, dirty nose, comb size, comb core, feather cover, uniformity, and after this, you take some birds in your hands and you look back, you test the body weight, you test the wing tension, and of course, with layers you feel the belly and you check whether they are producing or not. And the last point is also important because when you are thinking, discussing about treatments, it is important to know, yeah, which percentage of the birds is affected. Next, please. But there are other clinical signs. In your country, in India, I think more or less 100% is on cage. And so ammoniac and dust is less important. But in our country, almost 100% is on apiary system or on floor system. And so we have much more problems with dust and with ammonia. Draft is also a problem, but yeah, when you have open houses, that is different from the situation when you are working with closed houses and forced ventilation systems. Then you must be very careful. Temperature, humidity, and yeah, with light, also in cages, when the birds know the difference between day and night, it is enough to keep them in production as long as they know what is the day length. In alternative systems, the light is very important because you have to help the birds to find their way in the system. They need to, to lay the eggs in the nests, and that's very important because that's a lot of labor. They put them on the floor. But this is also related to light, not only light intensity, but also positioning of light. So you have to create areas where you have shade so they can hide, but on the same time, you have to make sure that the areas where they maybe I'm not sure what, yeah, whether you have problems with red mice in India, but in our area that is quite a challenge. And yeah, when you are in the house, I talked already about feet and water, but that is also one of the things I check when I go into a house. Do they really have feet and water? Next slide, please. When you're talking about respiratory disease, the diagnosis is not that easy. What we do at this moment is we are doing almost all of our diagnosis with PCR. That means that when we have an acute problem, we will take trachea swabs and we will take cloaca swabs and we will test them on the respiratory panel. And so we test them on all the present respiratory diseases. Um, Blood samples, of course, you can also use, but it is more complicated. I think you all know that you need to have paired samples that to prove that there is a rise in antibody titer between onset of disease and 2 or 3 weeks later. But most of the times we are consulted too late and to get this first sample. So then, in fact, we only have the second sample. And yeah, when there's already also a vaccination program against the disease, like there is with infectious bronchitis, then it's very difficult to tell the difference between vaccination titers and infection titers. And of course, in respiratory disease, we also have problems with mycoplasma, already mentioned, but also problems with coryza, with Pastorella, and with ORT. And for that, yeah, we can do bacterial culture, but we can also do PCR. So yeah, for post-mortem, that is in our situation, a lot of times the farmers bring dead birds to our laboratory. And a lot of times they come and then they come with 2 or 3 boxes of live birds, and then I ask what is the complaint. Then they say, yeah, the complaint is mortality. So then I say, yeah, you want to know why your birds are dying and you're bringing me 15, 20 live birds. And so when you have a problem with mortality, bring fresh dead birds. And when the complaint is sick birds, yeah, please select sick birds that are showing these specific clinical signs. But when the complaint is reduced feed intake and they are bringing only the bad and small ones, yeah, yeah, not, yeah, it's not a big problem to bring them because they are producing, they are not producing anyway. But that's not how the flock is performing. And when there is a problem with the reduced feed intake, you just have to take at random a number of birds to know what is the situation in the flock. Next slide, please. And this is also an important one. It is about managing expectations. Um, yeah, you can take all kind of different samples, but it is good to know and also good to communicate with the customer, with the farmer, what you can expect. What I already mentioned about serology, that's nice, but with infectious bronchitis, it is difficult. With avian pneumovirus, it is a little bit easier in my experience, because when you find high titers with a low CV, then you can say, yeah, most probably this is a field infection. But with infectious bronchitis, it's very difficult. On the other side, when you do PCR, and when you do PCR on avian pneumovirus, when you sample six sick birds, you will not find the virus anymore because it's already gone. And so when you take trachea swabs and you suspect the flock for avian pneumovirus, you should sample healthy birds, not when we sample for infectious bronchitis, we sample both trachea and cloaca because we know the virus is in the trachea only a short time, maximum 6, 7 days. But in cloaca, you can find the virus up to 3 weeks. So then you have a bigger chance to catch. Um, a lot of times I go to farms and then there are many results from laboratory diagnostics. And then, yeah, for me it's important, do these results make sense? I always try to make the connection with what I see in the house, the performance, how the birds look. Because sometimes, as an example, at the moment we we find a lot of IoT, infectious laryngomyositis, from the sorry from the tracheoscopes, but no clinical disease. And the reason is that this type of sampling and testing is very, very sensitive. So you pick up only a few, and even the dead virus, you will find with PCR. So you must always try to think, does it make sense? Is it related to the problem you see in the farm or not? Next slide, please. And also, I think monitoring is important. First, you are interested in the disease-free status. Which diseases are present and which are not. Next step is to do profiling. Um, it is good that you know which viruses are present on your farm, but also know a little bit when these viruses, at what age are they coming in? Are they already coming in at early age or is it a little bit later? And how is the spread within the farm? And the last one, and it's a lot of time it's neglected, it's not done, but I think it's important to check the efficiency of your vaccination. And you can also do that with serology. And yeah, when you ask BioCheck or IDEX, they are able to give you the baselines you can expect from the different vaccines. So then you have an idea about the efficiency of your vaccination program. Because you can do all kind of vaccinations, but as long as there's no field virus challenge, vaccination is working very well. But yeah, then you are making costs and it's no use. So it's really important to check. Next slide, please. Yeah, the treatment of respiratory disease, in fact, when you talk about viruses, antibiotics are not very effective. You all know, but most of the times it is a combined infection. So it's possible that you need to treat secondary disease. My experience is with viral infections that it can help to use an expectorant, like bromhexine, to dilute the mucus so that they get some more air. And what we also do is we try to support them a little bit when they are sick with extra vitamins and with extra amino acids. Most times we combine that and we put it in the drinking water in the periods that they are sick, in the periods that there's a drop in feed intake and also a little bit after this period. Of course, for coryza, pastorella, and mycoplasma, you can treat and it will work. And yeah, E. coli is always a difficult one. And yeah, in our situation, the biggest problem, in fact, is the withdrawal time on the eggs. Most of the times when we need to treat the layers, economically it's not possible because not because of the cost of the medication, but because of the cost of the withdrawal time on the cholesterol, naomycin, and both at 0 days withdrawal time. They can be active against E. coli, but they have zero withdrawal time because the absorption from the gut is very poor. So when the gut health is okay, yeah, the result of a treatment like that is disappointing. And then we are allowed to use small spectrum penicillin, like penicillin, and we are allowed to use thyroxine. But that's it. So what we most of the times do when we have strong E. coli in production, we try to use organic acids and we try to use chloride. Sometimes it helps. Next, please. Yeah, prevention. You saw in my CV that I worked quite some years for a breeding company, Henry Genetics. The contract stopped in 2022, and then I went back to my normal work, normal veterinary practice. And then I started again, and then the area is a little bit smaller than the world. So we say we are driving around the church a little bit. It's 20, 40, 50 kilometers. But with avian influenza, there is a very strict instruction. We are allowed to visit a farm when there is a shower attached to the house and when you are showering in and showering out. If that's not available, then you have to shower in the house of the farmer. But if you do that, you can only visit one farm a day. And you can imagine when you are working as a veterinary doctor, I cannot live from visiting one farm. I visit three, four, five, sometimes six farms a day. So, and on a lot of farms, there's not a shower on the house, but there's even not an option to shower in the house of the farmer. So after 1 week, I came and I asked my colleagues, how do you do that? Because I know the rules. I come from a situation from breeding farms where showering in and showering out is normal procedure. And we also, when we go from farm to farm, we go from young to old. And when we have to go back from old to young, we need at least 48 hours. So that's very strict. So I asked my colleagues, they said, yeah, how do you do it? And then they look at me like this and say, yeah, welcome back in practice class. So you will have to live with it. But it's a strange situation because, you know, the Netherlands is a small country. We have a high density of farms. And we also have this challenge of avian influenza. So it's always in the back of your head when you're going from farm to farm. Biosecurity is important. I'm convinced about that. But yeah, there are some practical problems. It's not always possible to do it exactly as you want and as you should. And then the next step is vaccination. When you cannot keep the pathogens out, you can try to protect the birds through vaccination. And another step can be eradication programs that try to eradicate pathogens, or what you do with mycoplasma, think about control programs. Try to control the disease by preventive use of antibiotics. That's in fact what it is. Next slide, please. I will explain you a little bit about avian influenza in the Netherlands. The first part, that is European legislation. When there is a case of avian influenza, we have to report that, and yeah, then we have a stamping out strategy. So the infected flock is killed, and then we have 1 kilometer, 3 kilometer, and 10 kilometer area around this infected farm. The idea is, yeah, you can imagine, to stop it as soon as possible. Um, we are monitoring on clinical sites because we are not allowed to vaccinate. Vaccination still is not possible. And then we have two options. When I go to a farm and when I have disease, and I think it's not avian influenza, but yeah, you can never exclude it, then I can take EBS, early warning swabs, send it to the laboratory, and it will take 2 to 3 days, and then I am sure that it is not. But if I think it is avian influenza, then I have to call, and then I have to stay on the farm, and two other veterinarians will come. One from the Veterinary Health Institute in Deventer, and one from the governmental test. We go in with three, we take samples, we take cloaca swabs, and we take trachea swabs, and then at the same time, there is a car waiting, and they will bring it to the laboratory, and already in the night, we will have the result. And they will do it in an instant. Most of the times it's 3 or 4 hours drive, and then we will know. And this speed is very, very important. You can imagine when you have a high density of farms, it's very important to find it as soon as possible. And this is also helping. The farmers, they know very well the compensation from the government for their birds when they are healthy, it's 100%, but they are paying only 50% for sick birds, and they are paying nothing for dead birds. And so the farmer knows also that for him it's more important to act fast. So do these things together. Up till now, I have to knock on wood, but up till now we were able to keep the infected farms always limited to only one single farm. So it's working very well. Next slide. Yeah, can you pinch one more? Then I hope the video will run. This is not so difficult. Right? I think everybody can see that people are quick. As you can see, this is an apiary farm, and these farms, they have compartments. So they have, this farm has 24 different compartments, and the strange thing was that the sick birds were only in one compartment. That means when you are in front of the house, you look at feed intake, water intake, production, everything is more or less normal. So you really have to go in to find the sick birds. Next slide. But this is an example. I visited this farm myself. This is the name of the place, Oslo. This was October 22. I was called to this farm because it was in a 10-kilometer area around an infected and killed flock. And this is a rearing farm, and the birds were already 22 years old. So they started to produce eggs. So the question from the farmer was, can you please come, take samples, and then ask for permission to move the birds out of this 10-kilometer zone to the production house, because this is a specialized rearing farm. This was one house with 55,000 birds on cage. So I went in, and the employee, he said, well, Bart, please, maybe you can have a look, because I have 8 dead birds in the middle of our house. I said, okay, we'll do that first, and then we will do sampling. I opened the birds, and the only thing I saw was a little bit of these point bleedings in the trachea, and these point bleedings in the proventricular. That was everything I saw. I didn't trust it, so I called the owner. Um, he didn't agree with me. He did not want to call the specialist team. But yeah, I persuaded him and I said, well, I don't trust it, so I think you should. And then you have to wait because the other two specialists, they have to drive. They come from Deventer and from somewhere else. So I waited 3 hours on the farm. And then we went back in with three of us. And then, next slide. And then we saw this. So this is only 3 hours later. And this is, yeah, typically what is described in the book. When you have avian influenza, you have this purple gum and bottles. And next slide. And they even showed these purple legs. And that time, 3 hours later, already the cases on the right side and on the left side, on top and on the bottom, they were already affected. So that's how fast the disease comes. And then this was in the afternoon. We had the result in the night. Next morning, they already start killing and taking the birds out. So that's how fast it goes. We do it with gas. So the whole house is closed, put in gas, and we take them out. Next slide, please. This was another example. This was a flock of turkeys. Only one house out of 10. And yesterday he did not have any mortality. This specific day he had three. Only three. There was nothing wrong with the flock. They were very nice, eating, drinking, standing, making a lot of noise like turkeys do. You don't have turkeys, but it's very nice when you enter a house with turkeys. But this was the only pathological sign. And the reason why the farmer called was that 1 year before he had avian influenza in exactly the same house. So, and when you sample birds at random in the house, you will not find the virus, but when you sample these three dead birds, they were all three positive. So, next slide, please. Yeah, I just copied for you some information from US, just to show you how big the problem is at the moment there. This is uh, January 30 or 31. They mention the farms by name, so it's open. You know exactly which farms have the problem, and there you see the number of birds. And here you see that it's not in one state, but it's in several different states. Next slide, please. And when you talk about numbers, commercial table egg layer, that's almost 2 million birds. And you can see the list. I have the list from last week, but I was not able to copy it, but the list even works. Next slide, please. So this is a slide from United Egg Producers. So that is yeah, the organization of egg producers. And they added up the losses 22 to 25. And you can see when you look at egg laying hens, it's already 113 million birds killed. And if I'm informed right, at the moment when you want to buy an egg in the US, it's one egg costs 40 cents, $40 cents. Because there's no production. But it's a disaster. And I think, yeah, you cannot go on like this. And I'm not sure whether you know this, but the virus, the avian influenza virus, jumped to dairy birds. And also these cows, they show some clinical signs. So that is worrying because we don't want the virus to jump from poultry to human. That would be a disaster. We have had the COVID epidemic. I think when we get the total new influenza epidemic, it can be even worse. Next slide, please. So these United Producers, they came with some recommendations. And yeah, this is an obvious one. You must stockpile vaccines just in case, but then you need to know which type of vaccines you should stockpile, I think. And this is also a nice one, because when you want to do a trial on a commercial farm, yeah, it's not good to do that in one of the own states because then for sure the export will be blocked. So then they suggest to do it separate on Hawaii because there's
Okay.
only one farm.
iPhone
But this
iPhone
one,
dial-up on करा लेगा
I can understand that they are looking for a different way of vaccinating because when you have to inject all the birds, it's not doable, especially when they are not on cage. Also in US, a lot of farms are using aviary, and then you have a flock of 100,000 birds. Yeah, you have to catch them before you can vaccinate them. But I think it's an illusion because when you want to do mass application of a vaccine, yeah, you need to have modified live vaccines, and I think we will never be allowed to use modified live influenza virus because it's too dangerous. And I also liked this one. I agree, but it's a little bit difficult, I think, to persuade the government to pay everything. I'm afraid that the farmers will have to pay their share. Next slide, please. So the goal of vaccination is not so difficult. You try to achieve protection. Protection against clinical disease, but also protection against spread of the disease. When you vaccinate them, you make them less susceptible, but also you will reduce the spread from a disease birth. And yeah, talking about food safety, for me that is about salmonella. So the salmonella control by vaccination, yeah, in our area is very important. Next slide, please. So is it feasible, the vaccination against high pathogenic avian influenza? I think it is. We did a trial and they tried three different types of vaccines. They tried an H5 vector vaccine, they tried a DNA vaccine, and that's a little bit the same technique that was used when they produced the COVID vaccines. And they tried an old-fashioned inactivated vaccine that is already produced for a long time, H5. Two things were important. The DEFA principle was important. I think you know what it is. And you must be able to tell the difference when you take blood and look at antibodies, and that the antibodies from the vaccine are different from the antibodies from the field trial. So that is important. And the second one, the reproduction ratio, that means that the reproduction ratio must be below 1. So that an infected bird is infecting maximum less than one other bird. Because when it's more than one, it will spread and you go from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32, etc. And in this trial, only the H5 vector vaccine was able to do to give a reproduction ratio lower than 1. Next slide, please. Um, yeah, with avian influenza, so yeah, I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure what's coming next, but I will see. For me, avian influenza is a contact infection. So contact, bird to bird, most important of course, but I think in avian influenza, people are most important in the spread of the disease. And I think, yeah, when as a veterinarian, uh, normal hygiene can help. So you must wash your hands and disinfect your hands carefully, and you must change your shoes. And when you keep the birds on cage, it's not that critical, but when you keep birds on the floor, only 1 gram of infected manure dropping is enough to infect the whole house. That's what's happening. And so when the birds don't have contact with the floor, the risk is a little bit less. But yeah, in our situation, yeah, when you are at the virus in the past, it was coming with migrating birds, but nowadays it is present all over the year. So that means when you have infected droppings lying outside, and when you walk with the same shoes from outside to inside, problem is already there. But we have also seen infections in farms with high biosecurity, showering in, showering out, closed farms, and I think air transmission is also possible over a short distance. And then you are talking about dry dust, dry manure blown up by the winds, and then blown in the house. I'm afraid that's also possible. Next slide. Um, I'm forgetting about the influence. But if you have more questions about that, I'm happy to talk and discuss it. Because I think it's possible. Oh yeah, I know, I know. What we do, what we plan to do, is vaccinate tail chickens. Because with H5, it's an HPT vector vaccine. That means you can apply it in the hatchery, and then you know the HPT virus is circulating during life. So when you have an insert with H5, we hope that it will give long life protection. You do this with long living birds. So you do it with layers and with the broiler breeders, and then you already have quite a nice coverage. You are not covering everything, but it's better than nothing. In fact, we did a little bit the same with Newcastle disease in our control program. I think the most important step we had in Newcastle disease control is that we decided to make inactivated vaccine injection obligatory for layers and for broiler breeders. That was very important in our situation to secure the disease situation with Newcastle. Problem is, when you start vaccinating, you will not see clinical signs anymore. So how to monitor on avian influenza? You will have to take samples, and that is a difficult one. How many samples should you take per house, and what should be the frequency of sampling? The European Union, they have ideas about that, but if we must implement that in the Netherlands, to give you an idea, we have, I think, in total around 60 poultry veterinarians. If we have to implement that, then we need around 500. So we are short in labor, very short in that. So I think it's feasible, but we still have some steps to take. And of course, we had a problem with H7 also. When you are vaccinated with H5, you're not protected against H7. Enough about avian influenza. I think you know the list. I will just shortly go through the list and make some remarks. Next slide, please. And Newcastle disease can be a notifiable disease or can be an endemic disease. When it's notifiable, we have two options. The vaccination is prohibited, like in Scandinavian countries, or the vaccination is obligatory, like in our country. When it's endemic, I think these are the two most important things. You will have to try to protect the young birds because they will die from Newcastle, and this is a big cost, of course, from the production, both in layers and in broiler hens. Next slide, please. I think you have the modified life and you have the killed. I think in India both. This is an interesting new development. I think the vector vaccine, that's an HVT with a Newcastle insert, also circulating during life, not strong enough to do the job by its own, but I think it can help. It can add protection maybe to a level that the losses are acceptable. But you must be careful when you use vector vaccines. You know that the first 10 to 14 days the chickens are not protected. So you will always have to combine it with modified life. So you need at least two vaccinations with modified life in the first 14 weeks. And this one, and that's not only with Newcastle, that is also with infectious bronchitis and with avian pneumovirus. This is a critical age when you talk about vaccination. If possible, I try to keep away from this age. I don't like to vaccinate in this age because they are developing, they are starting to produce, and I don't want to have disturbances in that age. Next, please. This was a good remark, Esther. I checked it yesterday evening. But the variant 2 is the Israel tool. Yeah, that's correct. But the Italy 2 still also exists. This one is causing most of our problems at the moment. It's the new one. And the names, the D is from David. So these are all David islands. But this one is causing a lot of problems. There is almost no cross protection from the available vaccines. So we are making genius vaccines now against this strain. So you have the variant strains, you have a lot of them, and of course we have the classical Massachusetts strain. Next slide, please. Most damage is done in the respiratory tract, already mentioned. And then, of course, you have your problems with eggshell, abnormal shells, discoloring of eggshell in brown birds, and of course the watery whites. I already talked about the diagnose, we talked about serology, and about antigen detection, positive and negative. Next slide. There are already mentioned also a lot of complicating factors. When it's a combined infection with Mycoplasma rhinosepticum or Mycoplasma synovia, you are running into trouble. When it's combined with avian influenza H9, then you will also have more problems. And on cages, you are a little bit lucky, and you have less problems with dust and ammonia. But in our situation, when a flock is infected with Mycoplasma rhinosepticum and also a little bit with Mycoplasma synovia, we even see that we have a very strong reaction on vaccination. That they are reacting a little bit too much. But that is because of the combination of dust and secondary pathogens. And of course, this one always likes to jump in when there's a problem, and E. coli is killing the birds. Next, please. Yeah, the QX problem at the moment is not so big anymore. The problem was there, it started in broiler breeders, and then after come to the layers. It was in the period that the, this variant strain was new in our area. That means that the parent stock did not know the variant and they did not produce maternal antibodies. And maternal antibodies are very important to, especially to prevent the problem of false layers. So nowadays, the breeders, they are vaccinated quite strongly, so we don't see it so much anymore, but we still see it, but not in high numbers. When it came, as an example, broiler breeders, they produced only 60% instead of the maybe 5 or 8%. Beautiful birds, because they are not producing, they are not suffering. Um, they have this nice yellow legs because the color is not going into the yolk and leaving with the egg, so they have in the legs. But to find them, yeah, we catch them, and we catch them 2 times. We catch them more or less 4 hours before light on, and then we do palpation through the cloaca. Just feel is there an egg or not. When there's not an egg, we put them separate, and we would do the palpation the second day because not all birds produce 1 egg a day. But after 2 days, you will know, you will take out the false layers, and then you have a flock that is producing almost 100%. And so that's good when you talk about the costs, because the birds that are not producing, they are eaten. As so mentioned, maternal derived antibodies are very, very important to prevent this. Next slide. And the problem is here. Um, it already occurs at very early age, already before 10 to 14 days, and the oviduct is damaged. Next image, please. And here you can see it is 100% closed. You recognize it? It is 100% closed. Next slide. So that means that, yeah, the fluid cannot go anywhere, and so you get birds with a thick belly, and yeah, they walk a little bit like pigeons, like ducks. You can recognize them, but yeah, then the problem is already a little bit older. It takes some time before they have a belly like this. But when you open it, you can see that, and that is very strange. These are the ovaria are more or less normal. Also, when you palpate them, the distance between the, the egg bones is normal. So they seem to produce, but they are not. Yeah, the mistake made a lot of times that, that this is confused with the cysts. I think you know that when you keep the birds longer, it was already mentioned, we want to go to 500 eggs in 100 weeks. When you keep the layers longer, you will see that when they get older, you can find really big cysts. But these cysts are originating from the right rudimentary oviduct, not from the left one. You can really recognize that. It's not a disease problem, but you can imagine when it's too big, there's not much space for the digestive tract anymore. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is also already mentioned. When you have a combined infection of mycoplasma and infectious bronchitis, you can see this. And yeah, glass tip eggs, the tip of the egg is really a little bit like glass. It's very very vulnerable and it breaks. And that means that you can get up to 10% second grade eggs. Not all the Mycoplasma synovia serotypes are causing this, but some specific types do. Next slide, please. A little bit about infectious laryngotracheitis. In our area, this is the biggest problem. The vaccine, when you are using CEO vaccines, it's a herpes virus, you vaccinate the birds, and then when layers and breeders come into production, there's a lot of stress. The vaccine virus is in rest in the head, it will come back to the trachea and they will spread. And already after 6 or 7 passages over the birds into this as strong as a field fire. So in our area, that was the biggest problem, not the field strain, but the vaccine strain. So what we are doing now is we stopped with live vaccine and we changed to the recombinant. And we use two different ones. We use an HVT ILT vector and we use a POX ILT. And those two together are more or less strong enough. We still have some problems, but I think when you are dealing with real field fires, it's not strong enough. So you will have to combine, but also here, it's an interesting new technique to gradually bring down the field fire pressure. Next, please. Avian flybovirus um, in white and in brown birds is different. Next slide. That is for me in my mind that the bigger the bird, the bigger the problem with avian flybovirus. The name is Turkey rhinotracheitis. In Turkish, it is really a problem. In white layers, I think it's not a big problem. When we vaccinate white layers, it is not in the vaccination program. When we vaccinate brown layers, it is in. So we vaccinate avian virus in brown layers, but not in white. And of course, in broiler breeders, we also do. Next. 1989, first they saw it in South Africa. They didn't know what it was, so they called it a syndrome. Every new disease which they don't know, they call a syndrome. And I think, the name, you can understand why they call it small hands. Next slide. In brown layers, illness can go from mild to very severe. But you always will see a drop in egg production, discoloring of eggs. Swollen heads nowadays with vaccination are seldom. And also mortality, we don't see too much in vaccinated birds. But if they got infected in this critical age, especially brown birds, it's very difficult for them to recover. And so when it hits them at that age, you will have that performing flock. Next, please. In white layers, I think it's not more than a temporary drop in feed intake, and because of the drop in feed intake, a drop in egg production. Next. And this is main reason of mortality. With avian virus, I say the pressure is off the follicles. They are not nice and round anymore. Next slide. But they become more or less square, and then they can break very, very easy. Next slide. And then you get this, we call egg peritonitis. It is just egg yolk free in the abdomen. It's a sterile infection, but in the end it will kill them. So then you will have this diseased flock, and then they recover, and then after 3-4 days you get a peak in mortality because of this. Next slide. I already discussed this. It's different. Next slide. You only have kills, I understood from Dr. Lordy. We are using live priming and kill boostering. And this one, when we find the first eggs, we revaccinate with a live vaccine. And just, yeah, we talked about it yesterday. In the 90s, we didn't have vaccine available against avian pneumovirus. What we did at that time in our breeders, we vaccinated with Newcastle disease, clone 30. Start of production when we find the first eggs. And the idea was to cover yeah, the trachea with this Newcastle virus to prevent entrance of avian pneumovirus. Next slide. Oh boy. I'm running out of time. Only two. I think you know Coryza. Next slide. Also here, it can be mild and can be very severe. Drop and egg production you will have, and this one is very, very contagious. Next, please. We are using the PCR, but it is also possible to use bacterial culture, but the material must be fresh. You can only be successful from fresh dead birds or live birds you kill and sell. You need this satellite growth, and you need a growth promoter, and you need to culture micro aerophile. But it's possible. Fine. Next. Vaccination, antibiotic treatment, curl and empty, and this one, it goes from mild to severe depending on other complicating factors. This one you have to keep in mind. When workers have poultry at home, backyard poultry, most of the time they don't show any clinical signs, but they will bring it onto your farm. And that is the danger of coryza. Next, please. Yeah, just very short. ORT is already mentioned. I think ORT is present all over the world on many farms, but a lot of times it's not recognized. I think it will come in also in rearing in layers and in broilers around 5, 6 weeks of age, but just a little bit, of foam. You're normally not opening these birds when there's not a problem, but if you would, you will find it, but they overcome it. It's not a big problem as long as it's not complicated with E. coli. Next slide. Oh boy. Sorry. It's more than yeah, mycoplasma is important. This is a mycoplasma seminar. So you know, direct contact, indirect, and also here people are very important. Next slide. And when you talk about nose, you say one day it will survive in the nose. The next slide. When you talk about hair, but then it's without washing, of course, so it's taking a shower, maximum 3 days. So that was also the reason for the 72 hours free of poultry wool that we had in the breeding stock. And so when we visit other farms, when you want to go back to the breeding house, you need 72 hours free. Next. With Pastorella, at the moment, this is our biggest problem: vermin, rats. In the Netherlands, the government is taking out around 15% of the farms, poultry farms, pig farms, for environmental reasons. When they empty the farms, they take out the pigs and they take out the birds, but then the rats are left and they like to eat. So what do? They go to the neighbors. And that's why we have a big problem at the moment with Israel and Israel. So the rats coming from pig farms and the rats coming from poultry farms. And you know, rats are very intelligent animals. It's very difficult to catch them and to kill them. Next, please. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that it was. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that it was.
Thank you, Dr. Bart Stockwith, for your insightful and valuable speech today. Your vast experience and contributions to the poultry industry have greatly enriched our understanding. We'll now begin our 30-minute Q&A session. If you have any questions for our esteemed speakers, please feel free to raise your queries. I kindly invite Dr. V. Chandrasekharan, Dr. Bart Stockwith, and to the dais. Thank you.
Sir, our Professor Mr. Chandrasekhar sir, as you mentioned that dosage of macro rate for 25 mg per kg body weight. In this, taking care of both mg and ms. The same dosage is taking care of ms also.
Definitely.
At what frequency you recommend? Three
No,
weeks
no,
once?
see, it depends on the thing. See, for example, first indication is the eggshell. Next only you will see other encyclopedias, everything. So you have to keep on candling at least the eggs uh, in a dark room with your mobile phone. You will see. Once you start seeing porosity, it is starting. So yeah, 5-day program I recommend. 20 mg of violation and 15 mg of 10 to 15 mg of CTC or OTC for 5 days. After that, once your eggshells are clear, so when you calculate and you see a smooth surface and thing, then you can go for 3 days, 20 mg evolution.
After the treatment of vaccine or the thiamine
Yes,
also.
yes, yes.
Then
Like
3 weeks
5-day program you have to go.
after 21 days or 24 days, the same problem
No,
we
no, no,
had.
see, exactly. Some are doing in 21 days, 21 days. But once this is over, monthly program is enough.
Okay. But what about the MAC level in the MG and MS are the same dosage?
Which one?
MAC level.
MIC level, for example, MIC level for evolution is very, very low comparatively. We are going for a higher dose. 25 mg is working mix. It is far higher than the MIC. So it will take care. That slide I've got MIC level, I've not explained because time was there. I skipped that slide. But you can take into account that 20 mg is also higher than the MIC.
Thank you, sir.
You can take into account that 20 mg is also higher than the MIC.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, and my question is to Chandrasekhar, sir. You mentioned about the F strain of MG, even if it's a vaccine strain, it is affecting even liver, ovidum, and all the reproductive tract. Is it seen with only F strain or vaccine
No,
strain?
no, see, that is, let me be clear. That is a published work. They challenge it. It is not my work.
Oh, oh,
It's a report. That's why I gave the author also. The state they did it different forms. In 18-day vaccination, Evo vaccine, next 10th day, I'm sorry, 10th week, 22nd week, 30th, they did different times and saw them. All were impacted. All the, not only the young, 10th week, even 22nd week vaccination also, it had an effect. 36th week vaccination also had an impact. Like that. So, what he observed was that vaccination, even vaccination is affecting the performance.
my actually question, definitely, sir. My actual question was whether the live attenuated vaccine will have that impact or even vector vaccine will also have that impact.
I don't know, this is like the abstain is not vector.
It's not vector. That's why I asked.
That's right.
Sir.
Because I've not used and I've not found any reference also, but some reference could have been there. But I was only following what is happening in some areas. So I selected mostly in what is the impact in tropics, one or two in temperate conditions, because temperate conditions is totally different. It is mostly 100% closed. Ours is mostly open. So there only I searched. In that, I didn't find any reference on vector vaccine. Only F-strain, mostly F-strain was taken as a thing, and TS also was one trial. That's it.
Okay. I request Bart, can you throw some light on this? Whether vector vaccine can also provide the same end up with the same lesions. Throw some light.
I don't expect, but there is no factor vaccine with microplastics as far as I know. But I don't expect that you get the same lesions because it's a totally different way of stimulating the immune system. It's only a small part of the
Yes.
the skin surface.
Thank you.
The next question is, which method is good for mycoplasma reduction? He's asking the vaccination or treatment
For me,
this question is for both.
because I started vaccination, I was not happy, then reverted back to prevention program, chemical method. So I am happy with that. That's why when I took some of the problems, why my to support my patient, I gave the list of vaccine taking an effect on that. And we are doing immunosuppression is there, your vaccine is not going to work. These are things, and immunosuppression is common. When IBD vaccine, without IBD vaccine, how can you have a clock? You will have once you will go for heart stain finish. That's over. Immunosuppression is there. So that is why I came to a conclusion. We have to go for the prevention method with chemicals. That is what my opinion.
I also have a clear opinion on that. I agree because it's depending very much on the area and on the situation and also on the disease because there is quite a big difference between Mycoplasma gallosepticum and Mycoplasma synovia. In the Netherlands, we were quite successful in eradicating Mycoplasma gallosepticum from the farms with vaccination and a control program. But with Mycoplasma synovia, we do not succeed. It's different. We are vaccinating, but and it is working against clinical signs, but it is not working against preventing spread. So it's not successful enough, and I think it's a challenge for the pharmaceutical industry to try to find a solution for that. Because at the end, of course, it's nice when you can do a combination of both. I like prevention, but yeah, prevention alone sometimes is not enough. And then you have to use antibiotics.
So the next question is, what is the classical differential diagnosis of the respiratory disease like ORT, so the next question is, what is the classical differential diagnosis of the respiratory disease like ORT, differential diagnosis?
Yeah, what I explained, you can use PCR technique or you can use bacterial culture. I think it is difficult to do it on clinical science only and on pathology. I think you need some kind of confirmation to differentiate. Sometimes, yeah, you think you know, but sometimes also I'm surprised. A couple of months ago, I had a flock, and finally it was, yeah, from the PCR we found out it was coryza, but I didn't recognize it. So, but that is depending on, yeah, what is the situation on the farm, what are the, yeah, the other pathogens, what is the, yeah, internal climate of the house, those kind of things. So that's my answer. So you need laboratory, yeah, confirmation. That's what it is.
Yes, of course. My question is to Dr. Paul. Is it possible to control ABV with killed vaccines without in the absence of live vaccines? Is it possible to control ABV with killed vaccines without in the absence of live
I
vaccines?
think it's very difficult. It's very difficult, but it's the only option you have at the moment. So yeah, and yeah, then you use 2 times live of 2 times killed. Sorry, and so you do the priming and the boostering, but you don't do anything on the port of entrance of the viral. It's only humoral immunity, and so there will still be some reaction on the respiratory tract. So it would be nice if you, yeah, if they registered modified life, so you have both. And what I mentioned, yeah, as long as you don't have it, yeah, what we did in the 90s, yeah, we were very happy with, yeah, the use of clone 30 Newcastle on this specific age, and just when they drop the first eggs, not later, because then you are damaging the production, but just when they drop the first eggs, we did an atomist spray with Newcastle clone 30 to protect them as an extra.
Thank you. The next question is, nowadays in breeders, having around 2 to 3% of misshapen eggs and white eggs. The next question is, also affecting the actual eggs. In the recently having MS or IV or anything else. Also affecting the actual eggs.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Can be, can be, but you will have to diagnose the reason of this problem. I cannot tell what it is. We also have a consultancy business, and I got a lot of pictures and a lot of yeah, movies, but it is very difficult to diagnose without seeing the flock and seeing the birds. That's my experience. So you have more options then, but you will have to differentiate. But when yeah, that's a good one. When it's continuously on the same level, that's different. When you have a rise in a problem and going down. So when it's a continuous problem, yeah, maybe I would. My first thought would be in the direction of mycoplasma, because that is also continuously present. When it's a virus, it will come and it will go, and so the problem will come.
Hope the question question is answered. So next question is how to differentiate pneumovirus and ILD in commercial laboratories. So next question is how to differentiate pneumovirus and ILD.
Yeah, when you have real clinical IoT, it's not so difficult, I think, because you will have blood in the environment. But yeah, when the birds are well protected, yeah, the clinical signs are not so clear. And then again, on clinical science and on pathology, it's difficult. So you will have to differentiate using laboratory tests.
But I think in most of the cases, it is only laboratory test to confirm because nowadays, I think, as about the multiple infection that is happening, so it is very difficult to differentiate only with symptoms.
Yeah, but it even when you do extra tests, it's possible that you find two or three pathogens. It's possible that you find IoT and pneumovirus at the same time. And what is causing the disease? That's difficult.
More
Then,
questions?
and then you go back to yeah to the hearing and to your vaccination program and see yeah how it is built and try to judge, is it appropriate, is it strong enough, is the timing okay in the vaccination program, is the distance between the different vaccinations in the program, is that okay? So that can also be improved.
So this question is, what is the drug of choice for swollen head syndrome? Swollen head syndrome. What is the drug of choice? Medicine of choice.
Medicine of choice.
This is with reference to the coronavirus where they have more than 10% drops in that.
Yeah, against the virus, there is no treatment. So you will treat secondary disease. So when there's a problem with an infection of the middle ear with E. coli, I will treat against E. coli. But for the rest, it is just try to support them. What I mentioned, to give them some vaccine and to support them with extra vitamins and amino acids to get them through the infection.
So the next question is, in broiler breeders aged around 50 weeks and above, there is a difference of at least 2 to 3% hatchability. In broiler breeders aged around 50 weeks and above, there is a difference of you have to break the crop one by one. See, then you have to do one by one, you have to eliminate. Then only you will be able to hit the otherwise, just telling that it's 2%, that's another reason. So you have to calculation, find out whether there is any things is not there, IT is there. So many things there. Yeah. When you think about HP, which form is free of closest very common. So many problems there. Airline tracks, like so that's not generally achievable. Depends what is happening in your time. Then break, break open and find out categorize what stage the email that. So normal sense. You have to give the details first. See, once you have the details, you can yourself decide what is happening.
Fertile, non-fertile,
Yes.
middle,
Exactly. Next question is also to the professor. The white tails in breeders, is it related to breeding? No. This is infectious crop. White tails inbreeders. Hope you got the answer. It is not the metabolic preparation. It is only disease. Next question about the part. Does IB vaccination have any effect on mycoplasma prevention in commercial products? ID vaccination, any effect on mycoplasma prevention? Any effect on interval?
No, also no. No, I'm sorry. But one interesting thing is we have free range birds, and the sun is influencing the egg color. That's interesting. The eggs are a little bit lighter when birds go out. That's not beneficial.
So the continuation of the same question. If we want to prevent IB and mycoplasma, what is the schedule? Continuation of the same question. Vaccination, if we want IB and prevent IB and mycoplasma, what is the schedule?
Yeah, with mycoplasma, I think you have to look at your biosecurity to start with. The vaccines, I don't know what is available here. We only have inactivated vaccine against mycoplasma synovial. We are using it with moderate results. So, yeah, then the only option left is medication for mycoplasma. But I think most of the times it's a combination. So when you have a good vaccination program against infectious bronchitis, it will help because when the infectious bronchitis is more or less under control, and maybe you will have less problems, clinical problems with mycoplasma because then you don't have them together.
So there is no failure to make that program.
No, no, but that's a good one. And this vaccination, that is always one of the questions I get when I come to the farm. When they ask me, do you have a standard vaccination program? And my answer is always the same. I don't have. The vaccination program depends on situation on the farm, infection pressure, area around the farm, etc. Biosecurity situation. When the biosecurity situation is poor, yeah, you will have to vaccinate a lot because everything is coming in. But it depends. But it's interesting to look at vaccination programs just because you want to have this priming and boostering in it, and you want to have it nicely built, that you have enough space between the vaccinations targeting the same organ system. Things like that are important because otherwise the vaccine is not effective. So that you can do.
So the next question is also IB. Do you advise IB live vaccination during weekly?
It's going on and off. It's going on and off. Now we are vaccinating more and more farms inlay against infectious bronchitis because we have this new strain, this T181. We are facing more problems, and that is the reason, in fact, that we restart the vaccinating production because the vaccination in production is not always harmless. Sometimes you see a small reaction after vaccination, and farmers also don't like that. But on multi-age farms, what we advise now is when they bring in a new flock, 2 weeks before we vaccinate all the other birds present, then we bring in the new young flock, and then shortly after we vaccinate the whole farm. Because this young flock comes with all these different vaccinations. And the last one, end of rearing, yeah, they are spreading when they come on the farm, and then it spreads to the older birds, and then after it's multiplying in the older birds, it's coming back to the young flock. So that's the reason. So at the moment, yeah, we are vaccinating quite a lot of farms in production. And then the next question always is, yeah, should be the frequency of vaccination. And yeah, the standard we have is 6 weeks, not longer than 6 weeks. But on some farms, 6 weeks is too long. You already see problems after 4 or 5 weeks, and then yeah, you have to vaccinate a little bit more, more frequent. Um, you must realize that this vaccination, the humoral immunity is high enough with those birds. They've had live vaccinations in the beginning, they have had killed vaccines, so the humoral immunity is high enough. But the local immunity is much shorter. In fact, what you do with the live vaccines, it only works 7 to 10 days. You must realize that. So when you're vaccinating once every 6 weeks, you still have a gap of 3, 4 weeks. But you cannot vaccinate every 7 days. Nobody does. Nobody does. But you cannot vaccinate every.
The next question is in broiler breeders, the shanks and eggshell color is very mild. Is it due to genetics?
The shanks and the
Eggshell
eggshell.
coloration is very mild.
Well, the color of the eggshell is related to genetics. That is clear. The color of the shanks, I'm not sure. But the eggshell is related, yes. Because you know in layers, some have dark brown eggs. That is coming. Some strains have layers. Chocolate eggs, green eggs. They can make that's genetics. Blue ones also very nice.
You know, yeah, some strains have very mild shank. Yeah, that's true. That is gentle. Some strains have very Any other questions? Feeling the lunch time is coming up, so probably the questions are less. I don't know. Anyway, thank you one and all for the questions. In fact, the mycoplasma workshop, more than the mycoplasma, the co-infections also have been talked about a lot today. So probably you must have had hands-on experience with the experts. And we'll also have another question and answer session in the evening. Maybe Dr. Bart will be with us. So whatever questions left out, you can answer. You can ask in the evening also. Thank you, Dr. Sansegar.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar and Dr. Bhatt. We had a fantastic session so far, and now it's time for a well deserved break. We request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture in the lawn outside, following which we'll be breaking for lunch and you are invited to enjoy the refreshments in the dining area, Flame, in the first floor. We'll resume promptly after break, so please make sure that you return by 2:15 p.m. for the next exciting session. Thank you.
Now please join us for the group photo near the restaurant.
इसका थोड़ा रेट चेक करिए क्या है इसका इसको इसको लैंड कनेक्ट किया है ना उससे हो जाएगा वीडियो कॉल देखना कल वीडियो कॉल बघायचा आहे मी कसं वीडियो वीडियो कॉल कसं बघायचा वीडियो कॉल दाखवतो नहीं वीडियो कॉल इस पे डालता हूँ इस पे सिलेक्ट अब वो जो ये हो रहा है वैसे नहीं नहीं वीडियो क्या देखते हैं लोगों को ऐसे ही लोग अब वो जो इसको पूछ रहा था उनको वीडियो कॉल हाँ जी मैं पूछ रहे हैं अब ये रिज्यूम कितने बजे हो गए ये अभी 250 वीडियो 15 एक घंटे का ब्रेक है ना ये लोगों के लिए 15 वीडियो कॉल 250 हाँ सर मैं उधर आ रहा हूँ 250 को स्टार्ट होगा 215 एक घंटे के ब्रेक एक घंटा है याला नाही याला नाही याच्यावर किंवा ह्याच्यावर चेक करायला मला नाही लागत नाही लागत काय याला नाही याच्यावर किंवा ह्याच्यावर चेक करायला मला नाही लागत नाही लागत चल की तू
Hello, hello. Vandana uncle, 2 minutes. One minute. Hello, hello. Vandana uncle, 2 minutes. Key is on group photo waiting. One minute. The rejoin. Key is on group photo connected to the internet.
मी काय खाल्लंच नाही वाटतं गार झालं ते गार झालं रात्री फार त्रास झालाय मला प्रवासात खूप त्रास झालाय मला बस लागते रात्रभर जागा आहे मी
Group photo.
सगळी सवय ठेवायची मला
Waiting.
बस कधी प्रवास जायला लागलं तर आहे मी जातच नाही टाळतोयच कार नाही यायचं कार पण नाही कार पण चालत नाही कार चालतंय की अचानक काय बस बुक केली कार घेऊन येत होतो की त्यांनी बस बुक केली कॅन्सल झालं नाही त्यामुळे आलं तसंच मी पण काल सकाळी लवकर निघालो लवकर येऊन बसून तुम्ही तर काय करणार दिवस दारू पण पित नाही तुम्ही तिकडं आणि काम चालू आहे काहीच नाही हा संतोष बोल ना काय झालंय मी आहे गोव्यात आलो तर तुझं पेमेंट करतो क्लायंटचं काय आलं नाही पण माझं पेमेंट दुसऱ्याकडनं एक येतंय देतो संध्याकाळी तुला 2 सेकंद तुला करून देतो टू ट्रीज काय काहीतरी आहे बघ टू ट्रीज काय काहीतरी आहे आता आम्ही तसंच ब्रेक टाकला त्याच्यावर ब्रेक झाला किती बोलवलाय 2:15 अरे जाऊन येऊया की म्हणतात काय किती असं बोलवलं 2:15 ला हा 2:15 ला ब्रेक संपणार 1:15 वाजलाय येऊन घ्यायचं
नाही स्विच करा त्यांनी HDMI 2 आहे त्याचा मी आलो नाही 2:15 ला आलो नाही थोडा टाइम झाला तर HDMI 2 स्विच करा
HDMI 2 ना
चालू आहे इकडं
डायरेक्टच आहे ना
हा इकडे क्लिक केलं तर त्याचं होणार
करतो काय प्रॉब्लेम
चालू आहे डायरेक्टच आहे हा इकडे क्लिक केलं तर त्याचं होणार
मी ब्रेक टाकलाय काय टाकला ब्रेक टाकला ब्रेक
बाबा माझ्या मी जेवायला जात नाही
जेवण येतोस हे एक अर्धा किती अर्धा कोण दोन पण आला सव्वा दोन तर तू दोन पण
हा आधी काय मी त्याला फक्त स्विच करायचं आहे ना.
हा ठीक आहे हॅलो हा उद्या रात्री गेलं तर काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही ना तिथे उद्या रात्री लेट नाहीच आहे ना 12 एक वाजेपर्यंत कोण असतं एक नंतर जर कोण हा आणि अजून एक गोष्ट की जरा कृष्णाला विचारा ते बिलिंगचं त्यांना काय क्लोज केलं त्याला मी नोट्स पाठवलंय काय तर अमाऊंट चेंजेस करायचे तुम्हाला काय सांगतो बोललो तुम्ही काय सांगितलं नाही आता बघा की काय काय अमाऊंट चेंज करायची किती करायचे काय ते जरा अपडेट द्यायला सांगा आणि ते नोट्स क्लोज करून मला पुढे हो हो चालेल. कळव. हॅलो आपलं काय असं इलेक्ट्रॉनिकचं काय सामान नाहीये आपलं काय असं इलेक्ट्रॉनिकचं काय सामान नाहीये बरं. मग काय करूया म्हणताय कधी पोहोचू उद्या सकाळी काय करूया म्हणताय हा. कधी पोहोचू उद्या सकाळी हा चालेल मग आज रात्रीच पाठवतो चालेल त्या पद्धतीने काय काय situation. You're all team from Bangalore.
No, no.
These all are the super stockists or the doctors? All delegates are doctors. Veterinary doctors. All delegates are. अरे उतना रिस्क इतना रिस्क वो 1.5 लाख का फोन है इतना रिस्क
उधर अंदर चले भैया नहीं आएगा वो फोटो फोटो इज फिनिश्ड
You have to come over here.
नहीं नहीं इस पे
You have to come over here.
नहीं इस पे
जाओ ना खाओ ना
अदे लिंक कर
जाओ ना खाओ ना
अदे लिंक कर इधर ऑनलाइन पे डाल देंगे इधर ऑनलाइन पे डाल देंगे ये इसका वॉइस कैसे डालना है इधर और वो उधर स्क्रीन पे डालना
voice
हाँ ये तो आधा कनेक्ट है इसका वॉइस उसमें connect करना
Okay.
मोमल पकड़ ले मोमल तंग पकड़ ले इसका स्क्रीन कैसे चेंज करना है हाँ इसका स्क्रीन कैसे चेंज करना है
Can you see my screen?
यस 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 यस
Perfect. And let me try to.
यस यस
Yes. Just I need to be sure about one video. I have one video. It's working or not, the sound. If not, I need to remove.
इट्स वर्किंग
Econ Animal Health offers a new generation macrolide.
Can you hear that there is a voice? Perfect. I'm happy. I am very happy. Okay. Okay. Do you need anything? Do you want me to change all adenosine with valency or I can keep adenosine, Dr. Ori?
Because now we are having so here we are having only valency.
Valency. Okay. I will change the valency, all of them.
Yes. And I will send the link from 4:30 to 4:30
उनका उनका ऑफ करना है
and my
மைக் 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 ஆஃப் எந்த மியூட்ல தான் இருக்கு
I cannot hear. Maybe Alonso can turn on.
எஸ் மேம் நவ யூ கேன் ஹியர் மீ
Yes, it's perfect now.
யா இதுல பேசு
அது
Yeah.
அதை அனுப்பிச்சிருங்க, இதில் பேசுங்க.
I think it looks like okay. I'm also following through the YouTube channel.
Yes.
You can chat Dr. Irving and I will be ready.
Yeah. So 2:15 to 20 to 3 o'clock research presentation, followed by your
Yeah.
presentation. So
Okay,
we can
perfect.
change it to Valocin. Avilocin can be Valocin. And as I
Okay.
mentioned that 16 slide number 16. And as
I
I
changed
mentioned,
already.
yeah, 16 slide number 16.
I changed already. I put point at about 35.
Yes, yes, yes. That is the only, because here we are insisting that we need a, so then they will
Yeah,
ask
yeah.
why the presentation 45, why you are telling 35, the person will come. So that is
Yeah,
the
yeah. And I can mention also depends on the field
yes, challenge,
condition. It
yes.
can be 30.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be 30, 35, 33. Depends on the challenges. Yeah, yeah. I can mention like this. Okay, perfect.
Okay, it's
Enjoy your lunch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All looks okay. Thank you very much. And see you soon.
Yes. Okay.
See you. Thank you. I'm waiting the link.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
இப்போ invitation அனுப்பிச்சிடுறேன்.
இன்விடேஷன் மட்டும் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கேன். ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஜாயின் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அது
இது
2
நான்
பேருக்கு
பண்ணல, நீ மட்டும் ஜாயின்.
ஆனால் அது யார் ஹோஸ்ட் அப்போ அவங்க எனக்கு இன்விடேஷன் இன்விடேஷன் மட்டும் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கேன். ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஜாயின் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அது 2 பேருக்கு
அது நான் அந்நேரம் ஓப்பன் பண்ணி admin
ஆனால் அட்மிட் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா அதில் 2 இது தெரியும். அதான் பிரச்சனை.
சரி, அது அவங்க கிட்ட பேசிடுவேன். அவங்களே அட்மிட் கொடுத்துருவான்னு சொல்லிட்டு
அவங்க வந்து எனக்கு லிங்க் அனுப்பி சொன்னீங்கன்னா நான் சேர்ந்துடுறேன். அவங்க வந்து ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அவங்க வந்து எனக்கு லிங்க் அனுப்பி சொன்னீங்கன்னா நான் சேர்ந்துடுறேன். அவங்க வந்து ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். वो दोनों माइक ऑन पे है ना, इसे ऐसे आ रहा है. वो दोनों माइक ऑन पे है ना, इसे ऐसे आ रहा है.
யூடியூப்ல இருந்து அவங்க அனுப்பிச்சு விட்டேன்.
ஓகே,
அதை பார்த்துட்டு தான் இருந்தாங்க.
சரி. பிகினிங்கில் ஒர்க் ஆகல சரியா, ஆனால் அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கரெக்டாக வந்துருச்சு. சரி, பிகினிங்கில் ஒர்க் ஆகல சரியா, ஆனால் அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கரெக்டாக வந்துருச்சு.
Yes, yes. The Teams link I will send this email again. So that
அஃபிஷியல் இமெயில் கேன் இருக்கு.
you can give it to me also.
அஃபிஷியல் இமெயில் கேன்
You can give it to me. You can 2:30 to 4 o'clock. So whenever next presentation is completed, you can give it. Timo Eva also events. No, Timo Eva community also is. Yes. Alonso Timo Eva. Am I right?
Another Timo Eva.
Alonso Timo Eva, that's right.
Another Timo Eva.
Alonso Timo Eva, that's right.
4.5 hours. Yes.
இப்போ லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம் எஸ்தர் மேடம், அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்க ஃபுசூன்னு
Tea break.
டீ பிரேக்கு,
நானு
நீங்கள்
மாறி.
மாறி ஓகே. இப்போ லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம் எஸ்தர் மேடம், அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்க ஃபுசூன்னு
ஃபோட்டோ
டீ
எடுத்துல
பிரேக்கு,
எனக்கு
ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்துட்டேன். மாறி பிரதரோட ஒரு ஃபோட்டோ மட்டும் எடுத்துட்டேன்னா ஓகே. ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்துட்டேன். மாறி பிரதரோட ஒரு ஃபோட்டோ மட்டும் எடுத்துட்டேன்.
மெயில் வந்து சார் செக் பண்ணீங்க.
இந்த ஃபோட்டோ பயங்கரமா
இல்ல
இருக்கு.
மெயில் வந்து கூப்பிடுறாங்க.
மெயிலா வந்துருச்சு வந்துருச்சு வந்துருச்சு
வந்துச்சா?
வந்துருச்சு.
எஸ் எஸ் மெயில் இஸ் ரிசீவ்.
மெயிலா வந்துருச்சு வந்துருச்சு வந்துருச்சு.
டைம் வரும். எஸ் எஸ் மெயில் இஸ் ரிசீவ். ஒன்ஸ்
2:30 to 5.
2:32. Yes, timing is correct. Yes, 2:30 is. Yes.
2:30 to 5.
Okay, okay, okay. Yes, timing is correct. Extra part understand.
Okay.
2:30 தான் போட்டுருக்கேன்.
ம்.
Extra part understand.
Okay.
So இவங்க 2:45 அப்படி போகும்போது கனெக்ட் ஆகிடலாம்.
ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
விண்டோ போட்டு வச்சா அவங்க ஜாயின் ஆகிடும்.
அப்படி கனெக்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. இது ஒரே சிஸ்டம்ல இருக்கிறதுனால அவங்களுக்கு முடிச்சுட்டு அவங்க இறங்கும் முன்னாடி ஒரு செகண்ட்ல கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
ஆல்மோஸ்ட்
ஒரே சிஸ்டம்ல இருக்கிறதுனால அவங்களுக்கு முடிச்சுட்டு அவங்க இறங்கும் முன்னாடி ஒரு செகண்ட்ல கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. வந்துட்டாங்க. ஒரு 5 minutes. இது மாரியப்பனங்களோட ஒரு நல்ல ஃபோட்டோ. 5 minutes. எடுத்து போட்டோம்னா இது மாரியப்பனங்களோட ஒரு நல்ல ஃபோட்டோ. அந்த வரையும் முடிஞ்சது அப்படியே வந்து எடுத்துட்டாங்க. இதே எடுத்துட்டேன். இங்க அப்புறம் நம்ம இதுல இருந்தது, மணிலால இருந்தது எடுத்துட்டேன்.
இது நெதர்லாண்ட்ஸ்ல எடுத்தது.
இங்க ஓ இது நெதர்லாண்ட்ஸ்லயா? மணிலால
அப்பா நாங்க ரெண்டு பேர் போயிருந்தோம்.
ஆமா.
இந்த கொடியை போட்டு எடுத்தோம்.
ஓகே. நெதர்லாண்ட்ஸ்லயா?
அதுல தான் அவங்க காமிச்சாங்க நம்ம இதுல.
சரி brother. இது போட்டேன். சரி.
हां बोला सर. 23 फेब्रुवारी एकाच वेळी 10 सोसायटी. बरं. 23 फेब्रुवारी एकाच वेळी 10 सोसायटी. प्रोजेक्टर स्क्रीनवर. ठीक आहे, म्हणजे तुम्हाला 10 प्रोजेक्टर लागतील. प्रोजेक्टर स्क्रीनवर. ठीक आहे, म्हणजे तुम्हाला 10 प्रोजेक्टर लागतील. बॅक प्रोजेक्शन स्क्रीन पाहिजे की फ्रंट? साईज काय पाहिजे स्क्रीनचा? बॅक प्रोजेक्शन स्क्रीन पाहिजे की फ्रंट? 8x6. साईज काय पाहिजे स्क्रीनचा? सोसायटी परमिशन्स वगैरे त्या कोण काढणार? 8x6. हां हां. सोसायटी परमिशन्स वगैरे त्या कोण काढणार? बरं. ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे. मी तुम्हाला एक ब्रँडिंगची लिस्ट काय काय आहे मला जरा पाठवा. कसं कसं बरं. मी तुम्हाला एक ब्रँडिंगची लिस्ट काय काय आहे मला जरा पाठवा. अच्छा. चलो ठीक आहे. आणि कपॅसिटी किती पाहिजे सोसायटीची वगैरे? चलो ठीक आहे. आणि कपॅसिटी किती पाहिजे सोसायटीची? बरं. आपलं प्रोडक्ट काय आहे म्हणजे सोसायटीला परमिशन साठी? आपलं प्रोडक्ट टुरिस्ट कंपनी. मग त्यात काय डाटा कलेक्शन? हा, टुरिस्ट कंपनी. डाटा कलेक्शन असणार आहे. तर ठीक आहे, मी एकदा बोलतो. हां, मी एकदा बोलून घेतो परमिशन वाल्याशी सोसायटीची परमिशन काढतो आणि तुम्हाला अपडेट हो 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 हो. मी घेतो त्याच्याकडे तुम्हाला टाकायची व्यवस्था आणि तुम्हाला अपडेट लवकर आलास
थोडस जेवण
जेवण जातच नाही मला तर गोव्यात आलं की जेवणच जात नाही दुपारी.
नाही मला काय मच्छी पाहिजे जेवायला. चिकन मी जास्त नाही. चिकन ने हीड वाटते दुपारची. रात्री एक ओके आहे.
हा, रात्री ओके
आता या टाइमला नुसतं जेवण पाहिजे, नाही तर चिकन फ्राईड राईस चालत नाही.
अमोल सर तुम्हाला मिळालं लोगो वगैरे माझं मेल केलेलं अमोल सर तुम्हाला मिळालं लोगो वगैरे माझं मेल केलेलं अच्छा आणि बरं ठीक आहे कुठेतरी एक कम्प्युटरचा एक बेसिक कोर्स करून घ्या एक्सेल वर्ड अरे लहानपणीचे पोरं चौथी पाचवीची पोरं करतात राव आणि काय तुम्ही एवढं हा. आणि आम्ही दहावीत 11वीत असताना शिकलो एवढं सगळं अवघड आहे. बरं असो असो ठीक आहे ऐका माझ्याकडे एक असं काम आलंय कोल्हापूर मधल्या हाय क्लास 15 सोसायटीची नावं पाहिजे एक टुरिस्ट कंपनी आहे टूर्स ट्रॅव्हल्स वाली तर त्यांना डाटा कलेक्शन साठी ऍक्टिव्हिटी आहे आणि त्याच्यामध्ये 23 तारखेला भारत पाकिस्तान मॅच लाईव्ह दाखवणार आहे प्रोजेक्टर वरती लोकेशन वरती आणि काय ब्रँडिंग वँडिंग सगळं असणार आहे तिथे तर आपल्याला सोसायटीचे परमिशन पाहिजे 15 सोसायटी पाहिजे त्यातल्या 10 फायनल होते म्हणजे 10 जण परमिशन असं आपलं कॅल्क्युलेशन तर तसं काही काम केलंय सोसायटी कॉन्टॅक्ट मध्ये आहे करू शकतो आपण काय प्रोडक्शन मी करायला काय प्रोडक्शन काय त्यात काय जास्त हं. नाही नाही ते सोसायटी परमिशन आपल्याकडेच आहे परमिशन कॉस्ट पण द्यायला तयार आहे क्लायंट परमिशन काढायची चार्जेस वगैरे तर होईल का मग पक्या तुमच्याबरोबर कसं बोलणार नाही मी नाही करत बोलत पक्याबरोबर तुम्ही बोला असं असं आहे म्हणा सोसायटीचे 15 परमिशन पाहिजे हायक्लास सोसायटीची नावं दे म्हणा आणि परमिशन काढून दे पर परमिशन किती पैसे लागणार तुला सांग 10 आपल्याला सोसायटी करायचे 15 मध्ये हं, हं. नाही झालं माझा विषय संपला प्राण प्राण कुठली गाडी आहे हा हा सगळंच घ्या की मग सगळ्यासाठी आरामात करू शकतो आपण सगळंच द्या हो करूया की करूया की घ्या घ्या काम सोडू नका किती सीट आहेत काय बघा करूया कधीच आहे काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही परफेक्ट होईल सगळं हो हो correct. हो correct. हा correct. नाही 5:30-6 वाजता. आहे की मोरेचं जेवायला गेले. नाही 5:30-6 वाजता. तर काय करायचं आता. होय काय करायचं आता. हा. ते नितीन गडकरीचं काय झालं काम. नितीन गडकरीचं काम कुठं झालं? हा. हा. जाऊन दे सोड. जाऊन दे सोड काय हरकत नाही. काय काय ते करा काम बघा काय काय ते गव्हर्नमेंट. मी रात्री पोहोचणार होतो सकाळी दिवसभर आहे. होय होय ते आहे. मला फक्त काय लक्ष्मी माता काय आली का त्याच्याकडे. मला फक्त काय लक्ष्मी माता काय आली का त्याच्याकडे. बर बर बर. माझं काही जास्त काही काम नाही थोडा मला मला काय आहे. मला काय आहे 21 फेब्रुवारीच काम आहे ते शासकीय. काय काम आहे. 21 फेब्रुवारीच काम आहे ते. हमारे लायक काय कुछ काम रहेगा तो बताओ. घ्या 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 काम सोडू नका. तरी आहे 2-3 लाखाचं काम. वाटायचं किती. वाटायचं किती त्यात. नाही नाही गव्हर्नमेंटला बिलं काढायला पैसे द्यायला लागतील. द्या, द्या. चालेल चालेल. नाही नाही नाही. नाही. नाही काय एवढं दारूचं काय वाटत नाही. दारू असं पिऊच वाटत नाही हल्ली. नाही काय एवढं दारूचं काय वाटत नाही. काय घेऊन. हा चालतं चालतं ठीक. काय घेऊन. हॅलो. मी गोव्यात आहे. तलवार मलाच माहित असणार आहे. असणार आहे की आपल्याकडे कुठे जायचं घर सोडून तर जाणार नाही. असणार आहे की आपल्याकडे कुठे जायचं. नाही नाही तर सगळं ज्ञान वगैरे सगळं बनवून घ्या. भाड्यानं मिळते ते हार्बर रोडला कुलकर्णी
दूर है कितने मत लगाओ डाटा केबल में मेरा खराब हो जाएगा ना दूसरा डाटा केबल यूज लगा सकते हो दूसरा डाटा केबल में लगा दो ना मेरा खराब हो जाएगा क्या कि मेरा डाटा केबल है सबसे पुराना दूसरा डाटा क्या कि मेरा डाटा केबल है सबसे पुराना
बोल शकतोस. अरे मी अजून गोव्यातच आहे रे, अजून आलोय तर करतो विषय. ठीक आहे, येणार आहे आज मी, आलोय तर आलोय करतो plan. अरे मी अजून गोव्यातच आहे रे, अजून आलोय तर करतो. रात्री येणार रे, अजून इव्हेंट चालू आहे इथे. रात्री येणार उद्या.
त्यांच्या ब्रोशर आहे तुमच्याकडे? हा, ब्रोशर आहे तुमच्याकडे? हा,
काय करायला लागलाय?
कॅमेरा कॉन्शियस झालोय लगेच. लगेच कॅमेरा कॉन्शियस आहे. टेकिंग इट. कॅमेरा कॉन्शियस झालोय लगेच. लगेच कॅमेरा आला सर बरोबर आहे. आम्ही काय जास्त दाल खिचडी दाल खिचडी
मला काय खाऊच वाटत.
म्हणून दाल खिचडी खायची लाईटली तेवढं दाल खिचडी असं खाल्लं की हेवी होतं म्हणून दाल खिचडी खायची.
हा पण इथंच खाल्लं होतं. इथल्या रेस्टॉरंट
इथलं नाही बाहेर इथल्या रेस्टॉरंटला
charges you was ना.
Yeah, I take this. Yeah, I take.
Charges you was
नाही
नाही बाबा. इथनं बाहेर पडल्यावर सांगायचं. मला तर मगाशी
त्रास झाला आम्ही अवॉइड केलं सकाळपासून लई भूक लागली सकाळी उत्तर
मी पण काय खाल्लं नाही तसं. नाही बाबा. होय.
नाही नाही तिथं खाल्लं नाही हॉटेलच्या बाहेर उजव्या साईडला रेस्टॉरंट जागेवर खाल्ली की आम्ही आणि एक पार्सल आणलं आता येणार आहे? नाही नाही त्याचं बॅलन्स खाल्ला असतं त्यांना काय झालं पोरांनी काय पार्सल
खायचं नाही.
गरम गरमच खाल्लं ते बॉईल आणले जेवढं
7
कोंबडी द्यायला लागला काय सांगू
7 रेकॉर्डिंग हार्डिस्क माझ्या आणलं तर इथं मला त्याचं कोल्हापूरात मागवलं.
एवढं उन्हाचं 64 GB 128 GB प्लस
तुमच्या तुम्हाला हार्डिस्क होतो
हा ते
कॉपी मारून ठेवा.
128 GB प्लस
त्याचं कुठलं माहिती आहे का?
प्लेस कमी झाला
When you enter, you will take care. When you come on there, you will arrange to like you get easy to like tell them only thing is branded issues, no features, brands are not available.
परवा मला चांगला अनुभव पडला.
Always no
व्हेरी गुड
आपलं मला पहिलं त्यानंतर सांगून
हेवे
आता त्याला रिमोट सगळं काढून मॅन्युअल बटन
रोला रिमोट
मागायचं रिमोटला खर्च मला 4,000 सांगितलं बटन दाबलं की
काय करतो कार्यक्रम संपला की अर्धा तास आम्हाला पंचला ड्रॉप मापसेल ड्रॉप करायला सांगतो तुम्ही यांना घेऊन
कार मध्ये
यांना गाडीचा त्रास होतो येताना झोपलेच नाहीत रात्रभर झाले
कारचं पण पूर्ण पॅकेज असतं ना त्रास
असू दे की चालतं गाडी ती
उलट ती भारी गाडी
नाही नाही
कार
अहो गाडी ती ओके
जेवलं नाही
जेवलं झोपलो मी.
हो ना. आम्ही पलीकडे जाऊन जेवलो.
स्वस्त आहे जेवण. झोपलो मी.
हो ना. आम्ही पलीकडे जाऊन जेवलो. ऑपरेट छान दिला त्यांनी. ऑपरेट छान दिला त्यांनी.
अंजरा अंतराजा यहाँ पे आएगा.
हाँ भाई. हाँ भाई. इमेज है कि पेन ड्राइव में डाल के इसमें डाल सकते हैं.
एक सेकंड.
पेन ड्राइव में डाल के इसमें डाल सकते हैं.
नहीं मत डालिए अभी तक.
नहीं
नहीं मत डालिए. हाँ.
वो तो ऑन ही है, लिंक तो ऑन ही है, लिंक अभी बंद ही नहीं है.
82.
अभी लंच ब्रेक है. मेरा आईडी नहीं है, उनका आईडी
इधर हाँ.
उनके आईडी पे चल रहा है. अभी लंच ब्रेक है, गया है तो शुरू कर देंगे. नहीं क्या क्या किया है.
36 years. அவன் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா போகிறான் இது வந்து ಇದು भैया ये चेंज कर देंगे.
Mycoplasma workshop 2025.
அது டிஸ்டன்ஸ் நம்பர் நானே மாற்றிட்டேன். அது இங்கே வயது வந்து வர மாட்டேங்குது. இந்த வயது இவ்வளோ அது வந்து இவ்வளோ தண்ணி தான் வச்சிருக்கேன். ஆனால் அந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் வந்து இங்கே வயதோட டிஸ்டன்ஸ் வந்து அது பரவாயில்ல நான் இது மாற்றிக்கிறேன். टू 15
मैंने कर दिया रिज्यूम, उसको निकाल ले.
रिज्यूम कर दिया. बाकी के लोग किधर
मैंने कर दिया रिज्यूम, निकाल ले. इधर है ना दो एंकर यहाँ पे, ये है ना, ये दो बैठे.
215.
इधर है ना दो एंकर, ये
2 minutes.
प्रेजेंटेशंस और कितने अभी प्रेजेंटेशंस बाकी है.
और Four presentation.
லைவ் அதை மியூட் பண்ணுங்க. சிக்கன் பிரியாணி அது இதுன்னு கேட்குது, வாய்ஸ் கேட்குதா?
म्यूट कर दी
उधर आई थिंक माइक से ले
माइक
शायद।
किधर है
Mycoplasma Workshop 2025. I hope you all had a great lunch. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Esther Sholvale, a highly accomplished poultry health expert with extensive experience in virology, immunology, and strategic disease control. Dr. Esther graduated from the Veterinary University of Vienna in 2003 and went on to pursue a PhD in poultry virology and immunology under the mentorship of Professor Michael Hess. She further enhanced her expertise through postdoctoral research in poultry virology in Berlin, solidifying her knowledge in avian health and disease management. Her career in the poultry industry began in 2009 when she joined the Global Loman Solutions team at Loman Animal Health, contributing significantly to advancement in poultry vaccine development. After 6 successful years in the poultry vaccine business, she moved to Santi Animal, where she focused on technical field support and hatchery vaccination, ensuring improved disease prevention and control strategies. In 2019, Dr. Esther joins ECO Animal Health as the Global Technical Support Manager for poultry. In this role, she leads a team of highly specialized poultry veterinary experts with a strong focus on mycoplasma control and eliminate strategies. Her work has been instrumental in developing effective disease management systems for poultry productions worldwide. With her extensive experience and deep expertise in poultry health, Dr. Esther continues to play a vital role in advancing disease prevention strategies for the industry. We are privileged to have her with us today to share her valuable insights. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Esther. So, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay, very good. So, I've been told this one doesn't work?
yeah no
No, it does.
okay
Perfect. Okay, I prefer that. So, today I'm here to talk about co-infections, and I'm here also to talk about the economic aspects and aspects of control in mycoplasma. Let me first of all express my gratitude towards being able to be here. So, thank you, Timo Eva, for organizing this excellent event. Okay. So our agenda, as I've mentioned, I will talk briefly about co-infections and why they're so important in mycoplasma. We talked about limited, about economic implications, and that will be further on discussed by my colleague Kusun later on. Talk about some expected scenarios for mycoplasma, about treatment advice, and of course, in the end, as we are from the technical service team with Eco Animal Health, together with Dr. Oli as well, of course, we always have to ask how can we help, how we can help, how we can bring knowledge to the system. So first of all, for C, it's overreact. First of all, for me or for us, technical service is about helping people to take informed decisions. So it's important to have a structured approach, as this will save money and time and effort in the long term. That's important. For this, you have to know how your disease moves along. So, what are your patterns? What are your specific weak points, possibly? And what are you up against? What is the challenges you're facing? This is the essence of informed decisions, as Bart has mentioned before lunch as well. Also, you need to know what tools are available for you. So, what combinations work best? Also, we believe that it's it's important to not just guess, but to base all of your decisions on a secure diagnosis or on trials of things, as I will mention later on. You should be quicker than the problem, and this is why monitoring is in essence so important for everything. And of course, you need to understand the aspects and consequences of what you do to control this. So getting biosecurity sorted, as mentioned this morning, is one of the most important aspects. In poultry, we don't just talk about hatchery. We don't just talk about parent levels, but we talk about all chains of the value or all elements of the value chains, and all of them together work to form a complete picture. So Dr. Uli, for example, will focus a lot of his talk in the hatchery, but I will talk about everything within this process. It's very dark, but that's how poultry houses are like, right? At least in Europe, this is what you would expect when you go inside a poultry house. We have closed houses. So this is one of the fundamental differences with everything that I will talk about, and also that Brian talks about. We talk about, well, in this case, it's for us, okay, but we talk about layers, we talk about closed houses, closed systems, mainly. So for this, we have classical triggers of mycoplasma. For example, house climate is mentioned. Stressful events such as transfer or replacement stock. Yes, those are specific mycoplasma attack points in production. During these times, it's essential that you look out for extra protection. Also, what you can look out for extra protection is in the time of co-infection. What are co-infections? So co-infections are something that comes alongside. Okay, so we'll talk about what is the evidence towards this, linking those to mycoplasma and others. What does the field experience tell us? And how to tackle that problem. Okay, how to prevent co-infection and how to dampen the inflammatory response that goes alongside it as well. So co-infections. Why or when do co-infections matter? We first have to understand that co-infections from what we maybe have learned in university. In university, many of us might have learned that there is a disease, it's being caused, and you can take the disease-causing agent out of the chicken, put it into a laboratory trial, put it into chicken there, and it will cause the very same disease or a similar disease. This is what you call according to the Koch postulate. But when you look at co-infections, this isn't necessarily true anymore. But co-infections, they represent a real world context in which most these infections occur. So that means it's not just a single one, but it's many agents and many things that come together. And it's very important to understand what the consequences of these are and what kind of combinations you have to employ in order to tackle that problem. Okay? And this is, in recent decades, there have been a lot of increasing evidence that this is the main focus point that we have to attack. So, when you look at when do co-infections matter, the answer is most of the time. And in mycoplasma, it always matters. And this is the key point I'm trying to come across with. Okay? Co-infections are very difficult to study because it's not just a single disease agent, but it's several. So you have several methods of being able to study this. This is from human medicine. This is why we have a little mouse. Okay? We of course want to have a chicken here. Clear? So, how to study co-infections? First of all, of course, in disease or in animal models, either in the field or in experimental models. We could do some of the studies in cell lines. This is not really applicable to poultry medicine. You could do it. Also in mathematical models. We do that to some extent when we do literature research, when we try to factor in ways economic consequences, when we do these calculations with you on paper, on the stock or in production. Okay? So, co-infections and mycoplasma. So we've started to collect some evidence on why, or from literature, which co-infections are actually most prevalent in our laboratory, in our field work. Okay? So as said, they're a day-to-day occurrence, so they always have to be kept in mind. Okay? For mycoplasma, co-infections are extremely important. And we're talking about co-infections with avian influenza, E. coli, as mentioned already this morning, to some extent retrovirus. There is also publications around that one. Avian virus, depending on the region, of course, you're in. Infectious bronchitis virus, Newcastle disease virus, and also IoT. Also for mycoplasma, it's important to not just consider disease, but to also consider live vaccination as a stressful event that can trigger a mycoplasma outbreak. Okay, some of the examples are here, for example. The important or the first topic to be discussed, the economic topic to be discussed in literature about mycoplasma was in 1986. In this paper from the US, they have estimated that at that time, the loss due to from mycoplasma was estimated at $118 million in 1986. So you have to say, okay, this is 13 years later, and you have to potentially plan accordingly. Okay, that paper describes the impact of MG on egg production. It didn't really discuss the impact of MS because it wasn't considered as a real pathogen at that time. That has changed now. Okay. It was also making a point chiefly for MG strain vaccination. And there have been some questions about MGF strain, so we can, if you want, we can take these questions up later on there. Okay? And this time they also only have. Can you hear me well, or is this making an echo? Okay? Okay. Tested by ELISA only. So this is also a thing of the past. We have moved on now to having different testing combinations, ELISA, PCR, which you see with your eyes in the field. Okay, so there's this trias I have been talking about. When we now move on to how mycoplasma and E. coli keratitis especially are linked, we have this famous paper here as well by Latif from 2007, where they found clearly that this pathogen, they are combined together to make E. coli egg peritonitis much more severe in the face of MS than it would be without it. Okay, so there is, it's not just a feeling that we say co-infections matter, but it's also written in black and white, which is very important. E. coli experiences are even so widespread, so well linked to mycoplasma that you can find this kind of information in the Hendrix Genetics Guide, which is below here. Yeah? So this is extremely important to understand as well. Control on viral respiratory diseases and mycoplasma on gut health and stress factors will make the birds less susceptible to E. coli infection. So it's a well-known fact and it needs to be considered always. So when you do diagnosis, don't just diagnose mycoplasma, but think about all the differential diagnoses you also have to do. When you treat for something, don't just think about mycoplasma, but think about all the other treatments that are necessary and needed at that point in time. This is one economic example. It actually is from Indonesia, I believe, where we had an E. coli case from the field with the mycoplasma involvement, its layers. And you can see you had a mycoplasma insult at 30 weeks, so past peak. And you could see an immediate 15% productivity drop in that block due to my MG alone. Okay, we also had a weaker link with an infectious bronchitis vaccination at that time and environmental stress factors. What you saw in the end of this block, that you saw a rise in E. coli infection, which caused additional mortality. So this is a real life example showing and how this works in day-to-day production. Yeah. Okay. Economic losses are so important. And this is why we are having published material about this. For example, this one tech tool, where we have calculated in certain instances the economic losses from caused by mycoplasma. We have gathered certain evidences here from Europe and from Latin America. And to be more complete, I can also add losses from India now for this one, but this one will be presented by Dr. Wolf, no? So it's really important to understand what's the economic importance behind this. And we are happy to recalculate this with you together at the field, just to show you that there's real evidence out there and we can help you generate that. What that means for your production. Okay, then there's of course many examples on low pathogenic avian influenza and Mycoplasma gallisepticum as well. It's from Sitkovitz. Sitkovitz is one of the most famous researchers when it comes to Mycoplasma. He was the mentor of Naola Ferguson-Well, who maybe some of you also have heard about or have even met. And for example, in these publications, it was linked that in a co-infection with avian influenza and other agents, you had 3 times higher mortality if you had only avian influenza. Yeah? So real impact here. A similar response from Jordan, where you have flocks co-infected with AI and URMS, and 25% of all flocks infected with avian influenza. Okay? Very important, but going a little bit more into the higher science side, is that together with MG, low pathogenic avian influenza, impacts on the synthesis in the trachea and downregulates the innate immune response, which you can see as a reaction to infection in the chicken itself. We're also working on that one, and you can expect a technical publication on that one also quite soon from our side, and then of course from the Timo Eva side. No? It's applicable to all regions. It's not just applicable to Europe, to the US, but it's also, for example, applicable here to the Middle East. And you can see that we have all the number of infected pathogens and the combinations available here with MGMS, avian influenza, IB especially, and in some instances also avian mutapneumovirus. As mentioned this morning, avian mutapneumovirus is a little, I don't want to say newer, but it's a little bit of a more hotter topic in recent decades. So there's a little bit more literature that still needs to be gathered on that topic. Yes? Aha. A very important, very hot topic, especially in Europe, and this was done with Deventer, which is an animal health research institute in the Netherlands. You have a combination of Mycoplasma synovium and infectious bronchitis, where you could see how MS, clinical respiratory symptoms were exacerbated by IV and agents. They have made, to cut things short, they have made an interesting experiment where you can see, where you can see here on the left hand side the MS infection, and you combine the same birds with the same dose of infection with an S and IV, and you see how much more clinical lesions you get in that group on the right hand side. So that was a very strong evidence that MS is a very important disease factor and shall not be neglected. Okay? Very good. Coryza, just to complete the picture, as Coryza has been mentioned already a couple of times, you can have also convincing evidence in Coryza, as already shown, where you have seen that you have more chronic and more chronic Coryza and more asacolitis in the combination of events in that MGN Coryza, as if you only would be having Coryza on its own. So with this, I hope I have given you at least some evidence from the literature to show how co-infections are actually impacting on the whole mycoplasma picture. To summarize that little package, I would like to say that co-infections are extremely complex. They are understudied, but they are also, and that's very important, they're absolutely undervalued. And this is something that we cannot emphasize enough. Co-infections are undervalued. So please, you look at mycoplasma, you would always also look at other infections as well. What are those infections? What can you do? How can you recognize and how can you treat? That's the important point. It's a little on the slow side. Very, very briefly, I want to also give you some information on how co-infections, like Mycoplasma gallisepticum and E. coli, do trigger the innate immune system of the bird. So the innate immune system, as you will be aware, is the inborn immune system, so it's not as per se linked to antibody titers or cell-mediated immunity, but it's linked to, let's say, for example, inflammation response. Okay? In this point, in inflammation response, was also made this morning a little bit by Professor Takataka, right? And it's important to understand that this is a very new aspect, but it's a secure aspect. It has been secured with macrolides as an effect of macrolides do reduce the innate immune response as reaction to mycoplasma. So this is important to note in your head that you're doing something other than just treating mycoplasma using Valicy, but you're also treating and tackling the inflammation response. So important to remember. Sure. Now, we come to a little bit to what mycoplasma does in the field and what are the consequences, as I mentioned earlier. It's important to know your patterns. How does mycoplasma move through a given production system? So we focus on layers, along with birds, breeders as well, and we have different patterns on how mycoplasma moves through production. The first pattern I would like to talk about is early onset pattern. That means in the rearing phase, before you transfer the birds to the living house. How severe a disease is depends on the time point it attacks. Yes? And when does the first disease or the first symptom come to life? What you can see with mycoplasma involvement, so not just mycoplasma, but involvement of mycoplasma, is a later onset of lay, a smaller peak of lay, and different or affected egg sizes. It can and will interfere with scheduled vaccinations. You can have especially problems, as mentioned before, after infection with, for example, or after the usage of live IV vaccines, also sometimes of any other vaccines. As for diagnostics, you use PCR to test, example, the mycoplasma pressure before transfer, seeing if you have a certain amount of mycoplasma present, and if you do, you can do a treatment, and that treatment will lower the infection pressure with mycoplasma, and hence you go into a cleaner and less mycoplasma burdened production flock. So that's the basis of the T3 treatment, which I will refer to later on. Okay? Also, diagnostics, it's important to understand what are your vaccination titers. So do a regular serologic survey. Understand where are you at this current time point and where are you going to 4 weeks later. What happened in the meantime? To some extent, the ELISA titer will tell you that. Okay? Also analyze production data. They're there for a reason. They're there to be analyzed. They're there to understand if you are hitting what you're supposed to be hitting. You have either your own key performance indicators or you follow the grid standard. This depends on your situation, how you're dealing with your situation. And remember, in mycoplasma there is a dogma. And this dogma is that once a flock of birds is infected, it will remain infected for life because you cannot treat it away. What you can do is you can control the situation. But in a given flock, the infection will remain. This is an important message. Right? You have to control. It's in control and not elimination in one flock. For control strategy, this pattern, it's important to understand that medication will help you to return to the healthy time point in the cycle by using the control. Okay? If you have very early onset, you might want to think about where your mycoplasma actually comes from. So you might want to think about modes of vertical transmission. Talk to our esteemed Dr. Ulrich about what you can do in the hatchery to understand what's happening. Okay? Transfer and live vaccination stress is the classical treatment I talked about here already. Yes, we have an early infection. Think about treating before transfer to lower the stress in production with pressure in production. And remember, once infected, always infected. A flock that comes down to with mycoplasma will need to be controlled for the rest of its life. That's the important message. So we have a different scenario, which is possibly less important here because you don't do as many mycoplasma vaccinations. I will still talk to you about this. It depends on the time point of vaccination and the time point of the vaccine break and the given super infections, how this picture can look like. Okay? You could have an uneven laying curve, a decline in egg quality, a rise of secondary grade eggs, and you can have also live vaccines, the ones that you pay so dearly for failing because mycoplasma can be immunosuppressive. And this is also very important to understand. You're investing a lot of money to have your flocks protected by vaccination. You better make sure these vaccines can work the way they're supposed to be working and not having any immunosuppressant present. Diagnostics, it's important to do what Bart mentioned this morning. You talk about vaccination efficacy. What's your vaccine take? So vaccine take is something that you can come up to Dr. Roy or any of the Timo Eva team. We talk you through this. What does vaccine take mean? How do I monitor and how do I measure this? Also, if you have a repeated failment in your used treatment scheme, you might want to look at if the treatment you're using is actually effective. So for antibiotics, of course, I'm talking about resistance. For mycoplasma, this is a very complex topic, as already mentioned, but keep this in mind. Treatments can fail. It's possible. Okay? In any case, you doing mycoplasma ELISA tests, or HI, if you will, look out for uneven titers that you cannot explain by any other mode. Okay, if they're uneven, you haven't vaccinated, for example, there will be a reason why they are, why it's fluctuating, especially if it's rising. Falling is not so much of a problem, yes, but if it's rising continuously. So this can be an indication of AGR-less food pressure, of you having to act, or if you having a clandestine infection in the flock already. Control strategies we're talking about here should be more or less clear, and we can't say this enough in vaccine technical services, that only healthy animals must be vaccinated. And there is actually no second opinion about this. Vaccinate only healthy animals. And if you can't do this, you're more or less wasting your money for the vaccine. This is an important message. Medication will help you in this scenario again to return to the short-term performance results, basically, for the laying performance to up again. You need to prepare again for continuing programs throughout the fox life. The last scenario I want to mention today is about older, chronically infected flocks, mycoplasma. So this is a typical older laying flocks that are in the field. They are maybe not doing very well, just hovering along very substandard. You might have substandard performance, a lot of secondary egg weight, and uniformity issues especially. You can't really place your finger on what is wrong. You just see the uneven curves. You might even sometimes see a more indicative respiratory or joint infection problems, let's say, for example, with as well. And you will have a lot of E. coli and other secondary infections. You might also have a very high antibiotic usage. You're having to treat with antibiotics all the time because the flock always is like this or that is wrong and all of that. And in this case, always think about mycoplasma. This is what they like to do. They like to be hidden and then check from behind and say, hey, yeah, have you recognized them? And maybe you're lucky and you have recognized them by measuring ELISA titers, which you have seen peaks and fluctuations in your ELISA titers. You need to do continuing serological surveillance, especially in the case of heightened secondary infections. This will be a clear pointer for you. You can do, and this is a little more costly, obviously, but I always like to mention this, you could do and measure challenge pressure by quantitative PCR. Yes, again, approach the technical team. We will be very able and very happy to help you on this one. How to identify, how to design a trial that shows you what's going on in your production with these mentioned diagnostic tools. Control strategies. I think here will be medication. In Europe, sometimes people just cull the flock. It's a possibility that depends on where you are, how old the flock is, and what you expect to grow, how you can replace it as well, and what strategy you're choosing. Okay? As mentioned, a good and tight control of serologic profiles in the past actually will help you. So we are talking 30 samples per flock at least every 4 to 6 weeks. Yes, important. Do check for contaminating sources, especially in multi-H sites, house sites, as we have so many here. Biosecurity control, of course, can be more difficult in situations such as this. It's like that. If the houses are open, your biosecurity will be limited in what you can do. But you still need to keep that in mind. Check speed of horizontal transmission, again by quantitative PCR. Limited by ELISA only, because it doesn't react faster for that. Okay, so that was the expected scenarios. Now, to sort of wrap this up a little bit, and going back to the informational, back to the topic of getting the right information, we advise you to always or never make a decision before you have done these 3 things. So first of all, you have seen the disease in the birds. The birds have told you something. They have told you somehow, oh, I'm not so doing so well. Why am I not doing well? So then maybe you have gone to your production data and said, yeah, okay, they really don't do well. Maybe they have a substandard laying performance, possibly. And then you could have an indication and you see what actually is going on. You go to the laboratory and the laboratory tells you, yeah, okay, the ELISA titers are off, the PCR is off, something's going on. So these 3 things together will help you get a clearer picture and a way forward to what an action that you will have to do. If you have a very large unit, as Bart has mentioned this morning, and only one compartment is sick, then you have to take extra special care because information can be hidden in here, no? So that is very important as well. Look at everything and look at details as well. Why are MIC values so important? I have mentioned these in the last slides. They're just here. MIC. This means resistance. This means resistance testing of antibiotics. Why is this so important? It was mentioned also this morning, briefly. And right now I'm just showing you for Mycoplasma gallisepticum. So as you will know, mycoplasma take a very, very long time to grow in the laboratory. But you need to grow them in order to be able to isolate them. You need to isolate them in order to be able to know if they're resistance against, if they convey resistance against a certain antibiotic class. This is just what you have to do at the current moment still. There's no other way around it. This is why it's important to have routinely samples for resistance testing, for MIC testing in the field, to take samples, let's say, every 4 to 6 weeks or something, or maybe at least twice a year, from your region, from your country, and we have data from India, thanks to all of you, and that will show you how your antibiotics are performing in the face of the mycoplasma challenge. In here, we have 3 macrolides and the bermutrine together, which are the classic approach or the classic 4 products you would use to target exactly mycoplasma. That's another important message. If you want to target a specific goal, do use a specific treatment. This will be most effective. Okay, this is why they're in here. So you can see fluvalusin, which is our product, valusin, has a very narrow range of resistance values tested. So this is resistance value here in the left-hand side. The lowest and the right-hand side the highest. The lower the number, the less resistance strains you have. And you can see we have tested close to 200 strains with fluvalusin from our own stocks, from our own samples, mycoplasma samples, and then we have taken from literature and from our own samples again, tylosin, tolucin, and thiophene as well. So the lower the range, the more sure you can be that the drug you're using is targeting the right and correct dose range. If the range of resistance values is very high, this will mean you cannot be sure that the dose you're giving is the correct dose to tackle the mycoplasma in question. So this is why MSC values and how broadly they disperse is so important to understand. Also, one of the reasons tylosin, for example, has such a broad range, has been used for many decades. It has been used many, many times in substandard doses, say growth promotion. And this is why this has these values. Okay? That's a very important message. Similar to nicotine and then thiamine is similar, but has of course other problems with heat conversion rate depression and these kind of things. Okay? So this scientific evidence does show you this is the best choice, but we need to keep this alive by sending it samples and by doing the resistance testing continuously. For factors that are influencing treatment, we have many, we have already discussed. The first three bubbles we have discussed. You need to look at production data, you need to look at disease presentation, you need to look at diagnosis as well. What you also always have to consider is you do a vaccination, yes or no. This will influence your result and also will influence the treatment decision. The three factors here in the bottom are a little bit more related to your environment, what is the political pressure in your country, what you're being told to use or not to use, what does the consumer prefer. And of course, this is more related to the customer side and what's the economic pressure, what's the expected outcome, what's the black number we need to see in the end on the bottom right. Yeah, these factors all come into play here. Before I go on, I want to tell you just a very few words on macrolides. So macrolides in human medicine has been also, veterinary medicine, treated or used to treat respiratory tract infections. So we're talking about community-acquired pneumonia, for example, Bordetella pertussis in children, for example, as well. Skin and soft tissue and sexually transmitted and atypical mycobacterial infections. Okay? Also, the very infamous Helicobacter pylori, is also usually or could have been usually treated with a macrolide, but has been transferred to other treatments as well. Okay? Melatonic and so on. Okay? And metronidazole. Why I'm telling you this? Telling you this first and foremost to understand that the valucine is only used in veterinary medicine. That's one very important message. But also, the second important message, and maybe you've heard about this, that macrolides have been reclassified by the World Health Organization from a highly highest priority, critically important antibiotic. Such a mouthful, isn't it? Always I have to read that. To critically important antibiotics in human medicine. This allows the veterinary profession to now treat again a little bit more surely with the much needed macrolides. And this is the message. So, just out of curiosity, have you heard about this reclassification or not? Yes, no? I see some head shaking, I see some like this. Okay. So maybe, and you don't count, I know you're okay. Okay. So this acknowledges the importance of macrolides for the treatment in veterinary medicine. Okay? Good. So we have treatment interventions. We have an overview of 4 treatment intervention schemes that we usually recommend. So first of all is the day-or-tick treatment. You're unsure of your vertical transmission, has there been some or has there been none? You can go for a T1 treatment. A T2 treatment will be less important here in India because you do this before you do a live mycoplasma vaccination. You have to have a safety margin of days in order to not kill the live vaccine, which is clear. And of course, you need to coordinate with management measures. Before move to lane, a T3 is what I've mentioned already 2 times. So before moving pullets into production, you could clean up to lower the mycoplasma pressure in production itself. And T4 means you have layers and breeders doing egg production, and you do not just treat one time, but you treat in production as needed. This is why it must be called T4A, B, C, D, and so on. I've got a question about that at one time, it was from you, I remember that. And I put that in, especially for Dr. Malia. Okay, so this will target later infections in the production phase. This might also be needed because vaccination schemes for mycoplasma will have or might have a break point depending on challenge from the field. You can look at the treatment of actual apex abnormalities, for example, as well the last 2 X that were mentioned this morning. And you can also look at treatment of ORT in the production phase. So with this, I have sort of hoped to have given you an overview just in time, and I would like to close this with our technical service offer. Of course, we will have Dr. Oli later on, and he will expand much more about what actually are the tools we use for technical service. But let me say, or let me tell you that we do use the full microplastic control program. We offer you the help on diagnostic and monitoring guidelines and secondary disease investigation. Don't forget, secondary disease investigations are absolutely vital because this is what I was talking about with co-infections. We offer also the full array of diagnostic services, help in mitigating those and in getting the right laboratory to help you in understanding what the laboratory results tell you and how you use these best. We do tailored customer trials and projects also here in India, and we have had several publications about this. I have MIC values from India, which I have already presented last time I was here. That's why I've decided not to put them in again, because you might have seen them. We do have them, just as a reminder. Hatchery service, he talks much better about this than I. So, whoop. And resistance testing and investigation. As mentioned, it's vital. Please help us keep this alive. Let us isolate. We need to do this. Okay? So with this, I would like to finish and tell you just one more time about all the technical material that we have available. And they are also from India, okay? So we have put in information from all the countries that we do technical service in, and you can find relevance in all of those publications that we have. They're in English. Some of them have been translated. That might not be too important for you, but we have them also in other languages as well. Okay. We also have publications about antibiotic stewardship and the responsible use of macrolides. This is very important for our US and European customers, but there might be also raising awareness here in this part of the world. So don't neglect these publications. We also have those. Okay. We have posters that we have together with the tech team come up with about mycoplasma and causes and production, and of course how pipped embryo analysis can look like. But again, this will be talked about by somebody else this afternoon. So with this, I would like to thank you for your attention and Thank you, Dr. Esther, for your insightful and impactful speech today. Your vast expertise has helped us in understanding the industry's challenges and solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Ms. Kusun Gungor, a highly accomplished global marketing senior manager for poultry at Eco Animal Health. With over 2 decades of experience in animal health industry, she has played a pivotal role in shaping global marketing strategies, business expansions, and innovation. Ms. Gungor graduated in 1997 with a BSc in Agricultural Engineering, Animal Science from Ege University, Turkey. She began her career in 1998 in the human pharmaceutical industry before transitioning into the animal health sector in 2003. Since then, she has developed extensive expertise in animal health, pharmaceuticals, biologicals, animal nutrition, particularly in premixes and feed additives, with a strong foundation in marketing and sales. Before joining Eco Health Animal Health, Ms. Gunagor spent 14 years at Seva Animal Health, where she held various leadership positions. In 2021, she took on the role of Global Marketing Senior Manager, Poultry at Eco Animal Health, where she leads global marketing initiatives, drives international business strategies, and fosters market expansion and innovation in poultry sector. Unfortunately, due to visa-related issues, Ms. Gungor could not be with us in person for today's event. However, she has graciously agreed to share her valuable insights with us digitally ensuring that we still benefit from her expertise and experience. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kusun Gungor.
You can speak now.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am very pleased to meet you today with you and apologize. Normally the plan to be there in person. But thank you very much for this opportunity online joining. And today I will explore mycoplasma and overview profile and strategic control of mycoplasma.
उनका शेयर कर रहे हैं
Yes. And today here is an outline of what we will cover today. First, I will begin with an overview of mycoplasma disease prevalence, global prevalence, and then I will look at economic impact of mycoplasma disease and in mainly poultry industry, of course. And we will also discuss the strategies for controlling mycoplasma with a focus on ecology approach. And I will share a few experiences to illustrate these strategies in action. And we will conclude with key takeaways. As you can see from this slide, the global prevalence of MG and MS has been increasing steadily from 2015 to 2023. In some regions, particularly in Asia and Africa, prevalence rates are as high as 50%. This trend highlights the importance of effective mycoplasma control strategies to manage the ongoing rise in infection. This report, published in 2023, this data coming from veterinary mycoplasma research report. In this report, we need data, serological data and molecular testing data from 2015 to 2023. And if you look at the epidemiology of MG and NS per region, we can observe significant regional differences. The prevalence of MG ranges from 15 to 50%, while MS prevalence in certain regions, such as Asia, can exceed 45%. You can see with the yellow color MS prevalence rate and with the green color MG prevalence rate. And these statistics emphasize the need for region-specific control measures to effectively address mycoplasma infection. I would like to share this data. Mycoplasma is one of the most economically important diseases. However, it's crucial to note that despite not always being a primary focus, it still contributes significantly to economic losses in the poultry industry. This quantitative analysis is coming from World Livestock Disease Atlas, and this data covers 176 countries. And you can see here in the graph the results of analysis, quite significant. Mycoplasma ranked number 6 among top poultry disease in terms of economic loss. Even though it's sometimes not the center of attention, its economic cost is huge and requires our attention. Mycoplasma infections lead to both direct and indirect economic loss. Direct losses include reduced egg production, lower meat conversion, and mortality rate, high mortality rate, actually. Indirect losses could from high veterinary costs, reduced fertility, and economic impact of mycoplasma than is technical. Some examples. You can see here production losses due to the NG are substantial across all poultry farms. For layers, NG causes a 10 to 15% reduction in egg production, delays the peak of egg production, and leads to higher mortality rate. In breeders and in broilers also, there are huge impacts. In broilers, NG results in poor weight gain and affected their feed conversion efficiency by 10 to 20%. And also, mortality rate is very high due to the TRD, like 20%. We can find easily some publication about mycoplasma economic impact. It was published, you can see different kind of publication. For example, in the first one, you can see here the global result. Annual global losses due to the NG around 750 million USD dollars to the poultry industry worldwide. Another publication on the left side is US specific impact. And you can see here in this publication, due to the broad mortality and egg production losses, the total economic impact over 140 million USD dollars per year. And these figures emphasize the important need for effective disease management also. Again. Let's have a look at economic impact of mycoplasma pneumonia. I have an example to show you from layers. Actually, uncontrolled MS infection affects the body body weight. You can see on the first graph on the left part. There is a body weight data compare MS positive flock versus standard MS negative data. And you can see here uncontrolled MS infection affects the body weight of rearing pollen. And you can see in the second graph directly that impact on days on onset of production, and which directly impact on economic return. In this plot, some crucial production performance parameters as for MS negative and MS positive commercial layer plot are summarized in the table. You can see egg per hen house, second grade egg, FCR, and mortality data. And you can see the differences between two groups. And the data showed us directly the impact. The direct losses, if we focus only the egg per hen house differences, looks like 21 egg. But when we calculate with the another parameters like second grade egg, FTR, and mortality, the economic losses calculated with the MS calculated 3,124 US dollars per 1,000 birds in this group. And it seems when we calculate with the other parameters, it's not only 21 eggs. It seems 35 eggs per hen house for this. Actually, this is another example, good example to show economic impact of mycoplasma pneumonia. Now, let's look at the key challenges in mycoplasma disease control. We have several challenges in the field. These kind of challenges is important in the decision-making process and the disease control also. First, the presence of different strains complicates control strategy, and strains are changing. And treatments also, issue with antibiotic resistance and the push towards antibiotic reproduction also. And resistance problem is important one we need to consider also. And vaccine concerns. Vaccine also we will discuss again. We also face vaccine concerns, including safety and need device differentiation infected from vaccinated animals. And co-infections also. As I presented, talked about this. Managing multi-disease point is very important for the mycoplasma disease control. And efficiency, of course, there is the challenge of balancing efficiency in operation while maintaining effective disease control. It is important to focus on strategic approach for the best mycoplasma control. In terms of control strategy, there are several different ways of approaching. Biosecurity management, vaccination, treatment. Which method we need to use depends on the prevalence in our country, in our field, on target and focus. For example, the eradication approach we need to have low incidence in mainly broiler and breeders type of industry in Europe and in the USA. Has been needed to try to eradicate mycoplasma, but need a lot of surveillance actually for this. They try to use biosecurity to keep mycoplasma out of the facility as much as possible. But as I mentioned, need to do a lot of surveillance. If we have high prevalence, we cannot do that. And commercial type of industry has still difficulties with eradication and different control methods. And therefore, we need strategic approach. We need biosecurity management, treatment, and vaccination together to manage mycoplasma disease in the field. Biosecurity and management, this is very important. We need to utilize the disease replacement, isolated single H1 in commercial type of work. Actually, we have still a multi-age production in many regions, many countries, and it affecting also the method, disease management method. And through cleaning between flocks also is important. Biosecurity measures important, and continuous monitoring should be exist also in the control strategy. Diagnostic is important. Actually, this kind of tests play an important role in the control of MSM-MG, detection of clinical cases, monitoring absence in low prevalence population, and monitoring in high prevalence population, and intervention success. What we can do, monitoring of absence before vaccination, and monitoring of vaccine take also, and monitoring of management intervention. And why early detection is important? Because of cost saving and improved flock health. Because of cost saving, preventative action is important for the early detection, and economic efficiency also is very important. Early identification helps avoid several upgrades, maintaining farm productivity and profitability. And vaccination. This is one of the tools for the strategic mycoplasma control. What is the key benefits of vaccination? It reduces clinical disease, reduces egg production losses, and reduces egg transmission, eradicates virulent strain also. There are a couple of vaccines are available in the field, like MG vaccine, like MS vaccine, inactivated NG and MS vaccines, and vector-based NG vaccine is available in the markets. Actually, we need to focus efficacy and safety at the same time for each kind of product. Vaccines, antibiotics, doesn't matter. We need balance, actually. What is the ideal mycoplasma vaccine characteristic? We expect high efficacy and high safety and cost effective and should be user friendly and stable for the during the storage and handling. Safety is sometimes concerned about this, and minimal reactivity to avoid adverse effects, prevent both horizontal and vertical transmission, and stable with no reversion to the liver. And of course, we need some long-lasting immunity with the vaccine. And treatment. Actually, treatment, antibiotics also essential, especially when addressing vertical transmission. And the key benefits of treatment reduce clinical sign and lesions, reduce egg production losses, reduce egg transmission, may reduce level of infection, combination with vaccination also important. As I mentioned this part with all information, I would like to just highlight we need to combine, depends on the field condition, we need to combine the control program because treatment options should be tailored to the treatment of the flow. We have different kind of intervention. We can need for early treatment or for late treatment. And addressing vertical transmission, we need also treatment. And before mycoplasma vaccination, we need to be sure that the flow is negative. Otherwise, our vaccine will not work also, and the control program will not be successful. And the birth it's very low now, and during production period also, we need to treat start from the birth. Inactivated or live vaccine breaking point, sometimes about 30, 35 weeks, sometimes 45 weeks. It depends on the challenges, disease prevalence in our country. Therefore, during the production period, we have a lot of risk and we need treatment option again for the strategic mycoplasma control. And for the ideal antibiotics for mycoplasma treatment, same we need to focus efficacy and safety at the same time. We need outstanding and consistent activity, fast absorption, and antibiotic resistance issue is very important. We need to focus consistently low minimum inhibitory concentration for maximal activity, and also we need to use the right antibiotic at the right dosage, right time. And safety also very important. Needs to meet guidelines for the possible use of antimicrobials and low doses preferred, and short target treatment course also important. And usually concerns, it's very important in terms of safety and compatibility and compatibility also important for the antibiotic selection. And also importance of antibiotic stewardship, principle, right antibiotic, right dosage, and right time. Just remind our goal is to preserve antibiotic efficacy by minimizing resistance. And we need to ensure the safety traceability of animal products and reduce residues in meat and eggs. And the strategy, antibiotic stewardship contains all important aspects, such as biosecurity and appropriate monitoring. And as an eco, we offer a new generation macrolide, valine, to improve mycoplasma control. Valine is effective against respiratory and enteric disease, so it's suitable for using strategic control program. And valine contains active component P-valency. And the critical first step in any critical treatment is rapid absorption. It's the vital to get treatment to target the tissue in the shortest times. Everything is fast. As viruses rapidly absorb, it achieves peak therapeutic doses, peak therapeutic level in blood in less than 2 hours. It even reaches lung tissues in that period. And viruses concentrate into phagocytic cells, transporting it to the inside of infection. And which is the unique chemical structure of viruses and its activity, enabling low therapeutic dose rate and short treatment course, meeting and supporting current guidelines for the responsible use of antimicrobials. Biology has been used successfully in different forms, including premix and water-soluble granules in more than 70 countries across the globe. And sometimes you can see aerosine, violosine, different brand name. I'd like to just remind you, aerosine and violosine, they are the same product, just sold under the registered trademark like a violosine or aerosine in some markets. I have one video I would like to share with you.
Eco Animal Health offers a new generation macrolide, Avocin, designed to be an essential component of mycoplasma control programs for the poultry and pig industries worldwide. With antimicrobial and immunomodulatory effects, Avocin has been proven in swine to reduce mycoplasma loads in the respiratory tract and suppress the overexpression of pro-inflammatory cytokines. This modulation helps regulate the innate immune response, preventing excessive inflammation and leading to improved clinical outcomes. Avocin provides practical and relevant on-farm use with a range of formulations, including water-soluble, premixed, and oral powder, addressing diverse market needs. Its palatability ensures that animals receive the correct dose, optimizing efficacy and contributing to improved performance and return on investment. Avocin delivers proven efficacy with outstanding and consistent activity, fast absorption, and direct targeting of mycoplasma, all while maintaining a high safety profile. It boasts a low effective therapeutic dose, a short targeted treatment course, and a short withdrawal period aligned with responsible use guidelines.
Okay, just summarize some key features and benefits why is biology the best in the field. Biology provides proven efficacy, outstanding and consistent activity, fast absorption, reduced inflammation, immunomodulatory effect, and consistent low value for maximum activity, no any resistance to against NG and MS. And another important point, Valentin has an extremely safe profile, aligned with the principle of responsible antibiotic use. It's very important, low effective therapeutic dose, and short targeted treatment course 3 days. And avilosin, vilosin, tivolizine used only in animals until now, and fully compatible with inophore. never damage your program. And we have a 0-day exit withdrawal claim providing to usage advantage to use balancing during the production period also. And those provide better return on investment, optimized work performance, better FTR, reduces mortality, better egg quality, reduces egg production losses, and due to this, provide a better return on investment. And adenosine has good palatability. Displays no negative effect on water intake, FTR, egg production, other general production parameters. And we ensure that birds receive the correct activity. I summarize, I listed here many features and advantages. I would like to just show a couple of evidence for these features and benefits. For example, on the first part, I mentioned that consistently low milk value. I would like to show example, Esther showed the details, but I would like to show also some comparison meat data of pyrazine versus tyrosine, timiprazine, and thiamine. In this evaluation, NG and NS isolates were collected from different countries like Argentina, Egypt, Italy, Japan, Spain, Netherlands, and USA. You can see here active ingredient in virus continues to show superior meat value compared to the other antibiotics. It means virus performs extremely well worldwide. And many thanks for our technical colleagues. They are continuously collecting isolate from different kind of countries, region, to follow meat value to show how our virus performs extremely well worldwide. One case from France in 2024. In this flock, the owner of the flock, they have 20,000 layer hen, no brown genetics, and production barn on floor 3 stages. And they have some problem in the field, NG problem. And this problem, NG problem, impact on production and mortality in layer hen. And this the farmer owner shares some couple of data with us. You can see here the age of the bird and egg production, laying percentage, and some mortality data. I could hear that the red line, this week, they start to use aerosol treatment. The bird during this treatment, the bird's age was 49 weeks of age. 2-day treatment, and after that, we could hear standard parameters for this breed and the flock result. In the first graph, you can see the laying percentage every week, and the second graph, you can see the total mortality. As I mentioned, the birds started to treat at 49 weeks of age. And you can see the improvement after the treatment in laying percentage. And the same also for the mortality. In this law also, and in France, they share with some assumption data for results to able to make return on investment analysis to see economic benefits of this energy treatment with bioactive agents. And we summarize in here before treatment and after treatment, and we use some assumption to make some calculation to see some benefits, some costs, and we calculated the total weekly economic benefit for 10 weeks because we had 10 weeks data. As a summary, with this treatment, the economic benefit of 8,416 euros over 10 weeks, the return on investment was 4.5. And this is the net benefit, 8,416 euros. It's the net benefit of the treatment in this case in France. And I selected another field experience in commercial layer. In this field experience, NG and MS positive layer plots and compare one treatment with another group, no medication group, and the others. There were two groups, brown layers and white layers, multi-age kind of production, and some performance parameters follow during this field experience. And I would like to show you in different table white hand parameters and brown hand parameters. You can see virus group, treated group results and control group results, and you can see the difference. In this case period, we use some assumption from local colleagues. Through this assumption, we make some calculation again to see extra revenue with the treatment. The significant gain, actually, for white hand, you can see $793 per 1,000 birds. For brown hand, you can see $2,193 more for 1,000 birds in this case. And we can summarize again, while treatment provides better return on investment to better performance versus control group. And investment in valuing for healthier, more productive, and profitable flow. We have this much more example like this field experience, but I selected just two examples today to share with you. But I would like to mention that we have different kind of field experience, layers, breeders, broilers from different kind of regions, from Europe and Latin. We have published material also with these field experiences. And we are able to show mycoplasma treatment with valicine in the mycoplasma positive groups provided better performance results versus mycoplasma positive groups treated with other products or non-treated control. As a summary, we all know mycoplasma is a major threat and its economic impact demands immediate action. And we need to focus strategic approach to be successful and to make investment for our future also. Combining this strategy with health, maintaining the health, efficiency, and productivity of our poultry flow. And treatment is an essential part of strategic mycoplasma control. And valuing provides treatment efficacy and data-driven approach. We have a lot of data, field result, study, published study comparing valuing outperforms versus competitors. And sustainable and responsible use, as I mentioned before, aligns with antibiotic policy, meet current antibiotic and stronger return on investment, maximizing global health and farm profitability with biology treatment. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now shall I just
Thank you, Ms. Fusion Gungar, for sharing your valuable insights with us today. Despite not being here in person, your expertise and experience in global marketing and the poultry sector have truly enriched our understanding. Thank you for joining.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
So let us quickly have a quick break. We'll be back probably by 4 p.m.
और दो बाकी है और दो हैं।
इधर
मतलब 5 बजे खत्म हो जाएगा आधे 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 घंटे का है
फिर उसके बाद क्वेश्चन ये रहेगा ना
सेशन
लोगों
अभी चाहिए हाँ 6 बजे तक जाएगा नहीं नहीं इनके ऊपर चलता है कैसे बोलते हैं इनका
आईडी ऑफ कर दी
आईडिया मतलब
आईडी आईडी चालू करना ऑडियो कॉल
हाँ
ऑफ की
ठीक है इज अ नेशनल टेक्निकल with over 25 years of experience. ये ऑन है टी पी गया था अजय सर
15 मिनट्स
है क्या
15 मिनट बाद 4 बजे बोला है ना टी ब्रेक और
4 అయితే और झाले दिसाले
टी ब्रेक इन 15 मिनट्स टी ब्रेक फॉर माइकोप्लाज्मा कल कोल्हापुरात मोठा इव्हेंट आहे उद्या, तर परत इथला आवरून सकाळी कोल्हापूर. तुम स्क्रीन कितना कितना है टोटल आपको? एक 1,500 पे रहेगा. 1,500 स्क्वायर फीट. अंदाज बोल रहा हूँ मैं. पूरे गोवा में करते हैं ना? हाँ हाँ, गोवा में करते हैं, बाहर नहीं. तो कोल्हापुर से यहाँ पे आके कैसे करते हैं? हाँ, कोल्हापुर से हम हमारा बहुत रहता है काम इधर. इधर रहता है गोवा. गोवा में ज्यादातर शो रहते हैं ना, बहुत शो है. स्क्रीन का रहता है, स्क्रीन का रहता है. 400 500 इधर ज्यादातर वेंडर नहीं है स्क्रीन स्क्रीन के नहीं है. हाँ कम है एक्चुअली ना. ये हमको तकलीफ होता है उधर से इधर लेके आना. मैं ना उनसे बात करता हूँ. एक अच्छा रेट रहता है ना, तो मेरा बहुत कम 10-15 हज़ार स्क्वायर फीट का तो आराम से रहता है काम. आप कितने में डालते हो रेट? इधर 150 तक जाता है रेट. एक्चुअली यहाँ पे रेट ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, लेकिन क्या है, हमारे कोल्हापुर वाले आके इधर सब गंदा कर दिया है रेट. साउंड में प्रॉब्लम किया है इसमें. मेरा साउंड भी है, लेकिन साउंड में इधर लेके आता नहीं, साउंड उधर ही लगा था. कॉन्फ्रेंस का ही है. स्क्रीन आपकी इधर है? हाँ, स्क्रीन में भेजता हूँ ना. मतलब ट्रैवलिंग के लिए इतना अच्छा पड़ता है? पड़ता है. देखो, नॉर्मली कोल्हापुर का रेट क्या है, 80 रुपीज़. हम यहाँ पे ले रहे 150. 70 रुपये एक्स्ट्रा. एक्स्ट्रा 70 रुपये है. और ट्रांसपोर्ट क्या खुद की गाड़ी है तो 4-5 हज़ार में हो जाता है. चाय लेंगे. टी ब्रेक फॉर 15 मिनिट्स टाकले मी इथं. हॅलो. एक 5-5:30 म्हटलं झोपतलो. कोणा 900 का? बरं 900 म्हणणार. ओ चालू चालू झाले. झालंय हो. त्यांच्याकडे टेस्टिंग. सकाळी ट्रिप केली मी. लॅपटॉप
खत्म डाले पियो कॉफी का चाय घेतली
विदाउट शुगर
कॉफी तर गरम आहे
तेच ऑप्टिकल पावतो अभी स्क्रीन और क्या है खाली स्क्रीन ही है और कुछ है बाकी सेटअप स्क्रीन मैं 2011 में स्क्रीन का बिजनेस शुरू किया मेरे पास
हमने
10 था पहले फिर 6
इस ऑर्डर कभी 2017 में
तो फिर अभी गोडाउन और अभी कहाँ पे गोडाउन कहाँ पे
घर पे रखते सामान
नहीं मतलब एरिया कौन सा
बिचली
अच्छा
यहाँ से 40 पे रहेगा किलोमीटर
40 किलोमीटर उधर साउथ की तरफ
नॉर्थ की तरफ
नॉर्थ की तरफ
यहाँ से मेरा घर एक 45 किलोमीटर तक रहेगा
तो अभी खाना हुई घर से खाना क्या है अभी
घर से खाना खा के नहीं इधर 45 किलोमीटर मेरा घर है बोल रहा हूँ
अच्छा 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 वो किधर उधर उस साइड में
नॉर्थ साइड में तो कितने बजे बाहर निकला मैं अभी घर से 6:40 तक मैं बाहर निकला घर से
हाँ उधर से आने के लिए
बाद में पात्राओं के घर गया लैपटॉप बैग इन लोगों ने रखा नहीं था गाड़ी नहीं था ना मुझे लाना पड़ा
हाँ
लैपटॉप
अभी
बैग
निकाल के भी ले जाना पड़ेगा ना इसको
अभी अभी आएंगे ना वो सब निकालने के लिए थोड़ा मार्केट ही डाउन
किधर वो नहीं देखिए मार्केट डाउन नहीं है मैं यहाँ पे 7-8 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे एक तो बाहर से वेंडर्स बहुत आ गए और रेट में सब मैंने जब काम कर रहा था ना मैं 300 रुपये लिया है शुरुआत में यहाँ पे गोवा में और अभी 150 भी लोग बोल रहे हैं नहीं यार वो इतने में दे रहा है वो इतने में दे रहा है गोवा में तो एक्चुअली पैसा अच्छा आना चाहिए 200 से नीचे आना ही नहीं चाहिए पुणे में 200 ले रहे पुणे बॉम्बे 250 ले रहे यहाँ पे क्या है हमारे कोल्हापुर में ना बहुत लोगों ने स्क्रीन लिया है कर्जा वर्जा लेके तो अभी आज यार हफ्ता भरना है बैंक का तो क्या करें कोई आता है यार करो 300 रुपये ठीक है 50 रुपये में करो पैसा निकल रहा है ना अच्छा पैसा चल रहा है इसकी वजह से सब मार्केट कोल्हापुर में तो हमारा भी 800 स्क्वायर फीट है तो कोल्हापुर में अभी कम हो गया है काम बाहर इधर उधर ही
अभी नया स्किन ले आया पहले का ही
एक ही पूरा बैच 800 मेरे के पॉलिटिकल काम बहुत रहता है और गवर्नमेंट का वेंडर होगा है महाराष्ट्र और कोल्हापुर तो रहता है काम कोल्हापुर का बहुत रहता है काम
गवर्नमेंट शो का पेमेंट नहीं आता जल्दी
वो लेकिन
वो
क्या
तो
उसमें
दिक्कत
झिकझिक नहीं है रेट का रेट में झिकझिक नहीं रहता उसमें चलता है ना उतना तो एडजस्ट करना
पेमेंट
पड़ता
के लिए बहुत देर रुकना पड़ता है ना
है अभी क्या है नॉर्मली एक महीना तो जाता ही है पेमेंट के लिए उतना तो रुकना पड़ता है गवर्नमेंट के पेमेंट के लिए लेकिन क्या होता है पेमेंट आपको पूरा मिलेगा जितना बिल है उतना नॉर्मल कस्टमर क्या करता है साला चलो हम बोलते हैं 150 रुपये तो बोलता है नहीं यार 120 में करो ये करो तो ठीक है, हम बोलते चलो, तो वहाँ पे 30 रुपया लॉस हो गया। फिर जब फाइनल पेमेंट देता है साला, वो बोलता है यार अभी रुको, उतना 100 रुपये कर दो ना यार, अगले आगे का
बाद में खत्म होने के बाद
हाँ, तो फिर वो भी 20 रुपया का। गवर्नमेंट का वैसा रहता है, अगर 150 है भले 1 महीने बाद मिले, 150 ही मिलता है। फिर क्या सेटलमेंट रहता है, तो थोड़ा और भी आगे बढ़ ज़्यादा रेट करके। मेरा भी महाराष्ट्र का फ्लूड का गवर्नमेंट का
बहुत
रहता है,
ठंडा है,
बहुत ठंडा है।
वो नहीं पीकी है
कॉफी दोनों ठंडा है, उससे क्या होता है,
एसिडिटी होती है।
एसिडिटी होता है ठंडा, इसलिए मैं आधा रख के आया उधर। अरे ग्लास भी बहुत बड़ा है कप।
कच्चा दूध पीना चाहिए।
मैं ट्रैवल करके कोल्हापुर जाना है, तो ट्रैवलिंग की तकलीफ लेकर रात बहुत तकलीफ हो गई मेरे को। बैठा रहा था गाड़ी में ऐसे पूरी रात। गार आहे हो.
सांगितलं
घेतला गार गार गार.
काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही ना.
कोल्हापूर तुम्ही
एव्हरीथिंग
कुठून?
ओके, मस्त मस्त.
कोल्हापूर तुम्ही कुठून?
संभाजीनगर.
संभाजीनगर.
131 व्ह्यूअर आहेत आता ऑलरेडी. 131 व्ह्यूअर चालू आहेत. ते म्हटले होते 20-25 जो आहे ना, अच्छा वो भी ठीक आहे. आता 131 गेले. प्रत्येकाचे फोटो तुम्हाला टाकलाय, वरती टाकलाय, ते पण काढायला लागले सगळे. ते पण काढतायत फोटो. चालेल, टेक्निकल तुमचं छान झालं सगळं.
हॉटेलचा लाईट गेला काय?
जनरेटरचं हे चेक केलं ना, डिझेल बिझेल.
डिझेल चेक करायची गरज नाही, कंटिन्यू चालणार. त्याने नंतर बंद करायला सांगितलं मला. त्याला फोन मारायचा नाही नंतर संपला.
जोसेफ काय कोण आले तेच ना.
इथं खाली होत ना.
तो आमचं काय नाव बरं, ठाकूर ठाकूर आहे का तो सांगलीचा स्क्रीनवाला. आमचे हे माहित असेल की तुम्हाला, शरद शहा वगैरे सगळे, शरद शहा वगैरे सगळे माहितीचे असतील.
हो आधी करत होतो सरच्या असतात त्यांची कामं. आता काय एवढे
तन्वी करते ना आता.
तन्वी करते.
तन्वीचं आहे ना उद्या परवा इथं काम.
मध्ये थोडं शरदबाईंच्यात माझे व्यवहार होते, ते आम्हाला दोघांनाच माहित होतं. ते आमच्या दोघांच्यात थोडंसं क्रायसिस झालं. हार्दिक अमाऊंट पण मोठी होती हो. कमीत कमी 7-8 लाख रुपयाचा व्यवहार होता. त्यांनी कोल्हापुरात माझ्या नावानं जीएसटी नंबरवरती एक इव्हेंट उचलला होता. बिलिंग माझ्या नावावरती करतो. आणि ते व्यवहार फक्त आमच्या दोघांच्यातच ठरलं. हा एक मिनिट बोला.
फोन कट करता त्याच्या.
कॉलर माइक का कुछ काय, हेड ऑन माइक.
प्रोडक्शन
प्रसाद विचार, प्रसाद चांगला तुम्ही बाहेर
स्टेज फ्रेमिंग.
बरे प्रसाद कॉन्फरन्स घेऊ. कोण सांगतो तुका?
हे वुडन फ्रेम इथल्याकडनं केले का वेंडर कडून?
राहुल ऑपरेटिंग
नाही इथं लोकल दिलं, कारण काम बारकं आहे, आणून परवडत नाही ट्रान्सपोर्ट मध्ये.
कोण आहे रे?
कोल्हापूरहून तर आमच्या इकडून आणून मटेरियल
एडिटवर पण लोकल दिलं.
काढून मिळतात.
हे कसं
काढून केबल काढून मिळतात.
माणूस
तुम्ही कोण आहेत?
ट्रस्टेड पाहिजे.
वाचो करा
टेक्निकल काम सगळं मोरे सर.
मोरे आम्ही कॉलेज पासून एकत्र. सुरेश मी
क्रिकेट येतले
आणि क्रिकेट टीम मध्ये ओपनर होतो तेव्हापासून आम्ही एकत्र. आमचं बिझनेस पलीकडचं रिलेशन आहे, मैत्री अगदी. बरे वाईट दिवस आम्ही नाही बघितले.
असे काय नाही राहणार सामान लिफ्ट येण्यात आलं सारखं.
आ जाओ ना, आ जाओ, आ जाओ. टी ब्रेक का बंद कर दो क्या? टी ब्रेक का बंद मैंने डाल दिया है फॉर 15 मिनट्स. बंद कर दो ना.
होय तो तरी पण येताला येऊ माहिती बेगीन आमच्या गाडी आणि या भाई माहिती भाई आणि भाई पारे जाण भाई आणि भाई प्रसाद वितरण गेलो घरा रे गाणं वितरण वाजा पण होय हा माहिती भाई वाजा पण प्रसाद मी वाटल्यान मी उरलेलं मला आवडा ना मी तू सारखं वर्ष सांगा कितल्या घेतलं वर्ष
Welcome back, team.
झालं तिथल्या
It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Ore Krishnan. Ore Krishnan is working as a poultry technical
आणि
service
आणि
specialist
आता फक्त
based at
घेतलंय
Bangalore,
दोनच
India,
प्रेझेंटेशन
and covering India and parts of Southeast Asia like Bangladesh, Vietnam. He completed his veterinary degree in Madras Veterinary College, India. He started his career in poultry and has experience of over 30 years in different segments like broiler and layer
कोण अशी
breeder
शकतो तो
operations, layer operations,
तो
and pharmaceuticals.
शिरपूर असेच
Also, he worked as a technical manager with MSD, Roman Animal Health, and Innovax, and Timo Eva. Ori has experience in handling all different antimicroplastic products for last 20 years, including vaccines and antibiotics. He is our expert in egg breakout analysis and fight embryo analysis. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Ori Krishnan.
So I welcome you all after a short
फ्रीज
tea
केली
break.
चालू.
So
मला कन्फ्युजन दिव्या
today I am going to discuss about the audio is clear. Right. So today I am going to discuss about the assessing of vertical transmission at the hatchery level. Because from morning we are discussing about the mycoplasma disease. So mycoplasma, what is special in that is it can spread horizontally as well as vertically. So the vertical transmission makes it very difficult to control in breeder commercial operations. It is becoming very difficult. Yeah. In today's agenda, so I am going to discuss about the vertically transmitted disease because in field I am getting many questions or confusions about which are all the diseases are vertically transmitted or mechanically transmitted. So that is giving some confusion in the field levels. And then the vertical transmission can be assessed at the hatchery level when the hatch out day, on 0 day, when the chicks are coming out, we are selecting the pip embryos, and in the pip embryos, we can see the vertical transmission levels of mycoplasma. Then, this test, why we are doing, how we are doing, and what are all the consequences, or what are all the, based on the results, what we can get, and what we can design our control program on mycoplasma, that we can do it. And recently, I am doing this one in profiling of mycoplasma because whenever I am doing pictorial analysis, I am collecting the samples and I did it, send it for the PCR test from the gene sequencing. So I compared the gene sequencing of the available mycoplasma in the parents and in the pigs, and in some case in commercial broilers also I compared. I got very interesting results in that. So that also I am going to discuss today. And technical offer, already Dr. Esther told about the things little bit. So now we are going to discuss about vertically transmitted disease, mycoplasma. And if you see vertically transmitted disease, What is the true meaning of that? The true meaning is the diseases which are transmitted from the infected bird through ovum or egg to the offspring. That is called as a true vertical transmission. The other way is false vertical transmission, or I can say it is a mechanical transmission. That means the disease transmitted through the egg pores. So once the egg came out, after the cuticle is gone, the negative pressure is happening. So through the egg pores, the model organisms can go inside and create the infection. So this is also confusion. So you can see E. coli, Pseudomonas, like these organisms can cause this one. But actually this is not vertical transmission. We can say it is a mechanical transmission. So, what are the practical diseases which can actually vertically transmitted is mycoplasma and salmonella. In salmonella, mainly salmonella gallinarum and salmonella paratyphoid. In case of viral diseases, we can see avian encephalitis, leukosis, EDS, Rio, chikungunya. All these viral diseases can come through the vertical transmission. So, with this introduction, I am going to the mycoplasma part. So mycoplasma, as I said, it is vertically transmitted from parent to the chick and bird to bird, aerosol, everything it can be done. So in this picture, you can see the vertical transmission in vivo, it is passed on to the embryonic cell progeny. And in horizontal transmission, here the important point here is the hatchery transmission. Because when the hatching eggs, once it is infected with mycoplasma, if the hatchery is not cleaned properly, the day old chick, it may be free from mycoplasma, but from the hatchery dust, debris, everything, it can contaminate from the hatchery levels. Then comes the respiratory aerosols, word to word contact, and fomites, malnutrition, everything comes in the mycoplasma horizontal transmission. So in case of vertical transmission, it mainly happens through the ovo, in ovo, and embryo. So, how it happens? The assac infection, followed by the bacteremia. So, this infects the oviduct. Once oviduct is infected, the mycoplasma enters into the egg when it is formed. So, the transmission, how vertical transmission happens? There are two concepts in there. One is, if you see the anatomical structure, the air sacs, abdominal air sacs are very near to the reproductive system. So the mycoplasma enters into the respiratory system, goes to the air sacs, abdominal air sacs. Because of the proximity, it enters to the reproductive system. So this is the one way. And once it enters into this, so it passes on to the offspring. So the transmission vertically happens not in a uniform way. It differs time to time. When the infection, acute infection is there, the vertical transmission will be very high. Or if any other challenge happening, any LP, ND, or bacterial infection or environmental stress, anything, it means the level will go up. So this we are going to deduct at the egg breakout analysis. So in short, sorry. Yes. So how it makes the infection? So once the from aerosol, the mycoplasma enters into the respiratory system with the tracheal epithelial cells, it attaches to the ciliary part and mycoplasma by secreting the toxic substances, it damages the ciliary action. The epithelial cell will die. So from there, it enters into the blood circulation. Then, in case of female, it goes to the reproductive system. In males, it goes to the testes and other part. So that's how through blood circulation from the respiratory system, once it breaks the barrier in the respiratory system, then it enters the bloodstream and it enters into the reproductive system. So that how it causes the infection. So in mycoplasma, we are having many diagnoses. Mainly we are depending on the plate test. It is not available now. The ELISA, mostly we are relying on the ELISA. But with ELISA also we can, if we do continuously once in 6 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks gap, we can be able to assess what is happening in the flock. Mainly, ELISA gives you idea. ELISA reads not the antigen, it reads only the antibody. The antibody produced by the mycoplasma. IgG it reads, so it gives a little bit confusion. So whenever I am visiting you, there are so many questions with the ELISA readings because always it comes positive. Once it becomes positive, always it shows positive. So that we have to and give a agglutination inhibition test. And PCR now we are the tests are increasing. If you compare 5 years back, we had very less PCRs. Now we have more PCRs. And field diagnostics mainly the peptide analysis. So in peptide analysis, yeah. So usually in our poultry industry, we are having more number of farms. Our poultry belts are very thick and populated. For example, always we used to tell Namakkal. It is in the radius of 50 kilometers, we are having 8 to 9 crore birds. Hyderabad, breeder, almost 100 companies. Huzur, full of breeder companies. So, in very narrow area, we are having many farms. So, it is thickly populated. But in our Indian conditions, we don't get MG free chicks. So, it is one of those. But we have to learn to live with mycoplasma with better control. That is the best way we can do. So, to have better control on mycoplasma, there is methods and we have to early detection, continuous monitoring, and the schemes we have to do this one. So, on the hatch day, we are selecting the pupil analysis to identify early detection. So, after every hatch, egg breakout analysis is very, very important in every hatch. If you do every hatch or weekly 2 times, it gives. Actually, it is a hatchery test. Even though it is hatchery test, it is a good. It gives a lot of information about what is happening in the breeder flock, hatchery, egg storage. So many things you can get. With those details, we can be able to plan our what are all the lacunas and what we have to do the corrective steps. That we can do. So the empirical analysis we can get the flock management history, breeder health status, even breeder nutrition, hatchery management, egg storage, even egg cleaning process, everything you can access with the egg breakout analysis. So if you see the egg breakout analysis, we are having, we used to tell there are 3 steps or 4 steps are available. So when you are having hatchability issues, even the egg breakout starts before setting the eggs. Before setting the eggs, you can take some eggs, open it, check for any abnormalities. The water albumin, blood spot, meat spot, why hatchability is not happening. And if you are having more infertiles or EM, early embryonic mortality, if you are having doubt, by third day, take some samples, open it, actually whether it is a germ disk or germ plasma. So we have to differentiate it. So whether the embryo started and died or it is infertile. That is very, very critical point to analyze our breakout analysis. So, and the selection, the eggshell itself, it can tell what is happening. So, morning Professor Chandrasekhar also discussed about this. So, the eggshell strength tells you the selection percentage, whether any nutrition issue is there or disease problem is there. Those things you can do. And this is the candid 10 to 12 days, you can do that. So, before hatch, in 2 3 stages, you can have an egg breakout analysis. So why we have to do the egg breakout analysis? Actually, this is standard. It is not because egg flock will have 90%, 92% hatchability, gold flock will be having less. So in general, if you take in every hatch, we should have around 86, 86%, 7% of good chicks, 1% sec. Second grade chicks, dead chicks 0.2%, triple embryos 0.5%, and infertiles EM, EM, and second week, third week, and even more you can have more, you can add more points. Gas eggs, exploded, dirty eggs with the explosion of E. coli, so many factors you can add in this factor. So with this, we can be able to identify what is happening in our hatchery and what are the corrective steps we have to take it. So the pictorial analysis, now we are from pictorial analysis, the another part is pictorial analysis. We are moving into that. So it helps to give the breeder status, breeder health status, and identify any shortcomings in the hatching process, and it gives the chick quality, the day old chick quality. And if I am having more vertical transmission, what I can expect in Hyderabad. If my microplasma load is more, definitely the problem will come very early. So based on that, I can take the corrective steps. And with these results, we can rectify our managemental issues, the treatment status, everything we can make it. So whenever we are doing pictorial analysis, what is the pictorial? It is a routine process. You know that by 18th day, we will be shifting the hatching eggs from the setter to the hatcher. By that day, the chick will automatically rotate and it comes to the broader end, or it breaks the egg cell first, then breaks the eggshell, then the chick comes. So this is a normal process, but some chicks will break and it will not come out. So the fifth embryo, the reason, one of the reason is mycoplasma, and what are all the other reasons involved in that? So you can see the malposition of eggs. Those who have visited a hatchery, you will be knowing. Whenever you are setting the eggs, the broader end should be up. If the narrow end is up, the hatchability 20% is lost easily. And contamination, leg deformities. These are all the reasons when you are getting fifth embryos, more fifth embryos. Not only mycoplasma. Mycoplasma is one of the reasons. Back. Hmm. Okay. So, in case of increased filtration, it may be due to increased temperature in the setter or hatcher or humidity, air exchange. So many points are there to increase the filtration, and you can see the exudate in the lesions or exudate in the air sacs. That we can be able to see. And other reasons, the management of parent flock, the thin shelled or misshapen eggs with the wrong size, because you know whenever in the I'm visiting the hatchery breeder farm, the breeder farm manager he want to show I am giving more number of selection percentage is more. The hatchery manager will tell no, I won't set these eggs. So always the fight will be there. So in some all eggs they will do it. So definitely the 50 embryos will be on the higher side. And hatchery management, as I said, the temperature, humidity, gaseous exchange, increased level of carbon dioxide, so many things is involved when the 50 embryos are more. Next. Next. So now what we can estimate by doing the fifth embryo analysis. By doing fifth embryo analysis, we can able to assess the vertical transmission of Mg, Mycoplasma galliseptica, because we are going to assess the air sacs. The Mg, the predilection site is air sacs,